Am I set to just click and go?
No, you are not presenting. When it is time to present, you just click.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to day 2 of our International Conference on Environmental Sustainability. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We bring you greetings from the University of Benin, from the EBS Hour Group. Good morning. If you can hear me, I'd like to get a response from you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. And please,
Good morning.
wherever you are, if you are not expected to speak or you are not speaking, I'd like you to mute your microphone, please. So there will not be interference today. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. So if you were online yesterday, I would like to get a response from you. If you're online, just say something on the comment section for me to know that you were here yesterday. Thank you. Now guys online from Uganda, right? Good afternoon, or is it morning at Uganda? I'd like to hear from you also. Good morning, good afternoon. Once again, you are welcome. It promises to be exciting today. Welcome. Please, I'd like you to drop a comment. We have 33 persons online now. So I'd like to hear from you. If you were online yesterday, I'd like to know.
Hello.
If you're online, I'd like to know. And if today is the first time, I'd also like to know. We have Dr. Berkeley, we have Dr. Emoedo. Please pardon me, I hope I pronounce the names very well. Thank you, welcome. And please, for today, I don't want to make the same mistake I made yesterday. Please, if you are a professor in the building, as soon as you come in, please kindly indicate. It's not easy to be a professor. It's not easy to read all the books and gather all the knowledge to be one. And if you're a doctor in the house, please kindly indicate. I would like to specially welcome you to today's event. And also, if you are an industry person, I also want to recognize you as well. So once again, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Professor Annalifo, welcome. Good morning. I can see you. Professor Harrison, good morning, sir. I can see you. Mr. Frank, good morning, sir. Welcome. Yemi, I can see Yomi, I can see you. Good morning. Hope, I can see you. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, good to see you, sir. Hey, we have Professor Kadere in the building. Ma, see me clapping for you, man. Even Professor Annalifo is clapping, I can see that. Good morning, ma. I would like to hear from you, ma. Quickly, ma. I would like to hear from you. Professor Kadere, ma. Okay.
Hello, morning. How are you?
I'm very fine, ma.
Morning.
Good to hear you.
Good job. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Welcome, ma.
Okay, take care. Have a good
Once
day.
again, ma, sorry for yesterday. I didn't realize on time that you were the person. I had to call you by your name. Sorry about that.
No. It doesn't matter. I don't bother about it. It doesn't matter. Never mind.
My bother on your behalf, man.
I cannot. I see you.
I'm not hearing anything.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Take care now.
Or is this when I start? Okay, maybe when I
Oh, great.
when my something is on.
So everybody, you are welcome today. I can see some of my people from environmental, social, and governance platform. Good to see you. Andy in the building. Good to see you.
Well done, Precious.
Great. So once again, I officially welcome you to today's meeting. Yesterday was a blast, really. So I don't know what today will look like, but I'm sure that it's going to be super, super exciting. And I'm already seeing professors, I'm already seeing doctors from all over the world, and I'm seeing some great minds from the industry already. So I know that the engagement today will be hotter than yesterday. Please, I'd like us to really engage during our discussion section, because this conference will not hit the target if we are not able to have a synergy at the end of the day on the way forward to ensure sustainability of knowledge of our environment, governance, and social issues. So please, it will be of great importance that we engage today. Once again, welcome, 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 welcome. Again, at this point, I'd like to thank the University of Benin for hosting this conference for us. Thank you very, very much. So at this point, we'd like to call on Dr. Beckley to give us a summary for yesterday, all that we discussed, so we could dive in quickly to this section. Dr. Beckley.
Good morning, dear participants. We are grateful for joining us today again. Today is the second day of the International Conference on Environmental Sustainability and the African Cultural Renaissance. I just want to give a summary of what we did yesterday for those who were not able to join yesterday, and then also guide us on what we expect today. Yesterday, we had the opening formalities, and the program began with an opening speech by the team lead of the Environmental, Biotechnology and Sustainability Research Group, Professor Anolefo. And that was closely followed by a goodwill message from the president of the Nigeria Bioinformatics and Genomics Network, Professor Charles Adetunji. Incidentally, the network supported EBSR Group massively during preparations leading to this conference. But we've also then had the Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Lilian Salami, who incidentally was ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor at Administration, Professor Sahon. She gave the Vice Chancellor's welcome address and eventually officially declared the conference open. Shortly after that, we had the keynote presentation by Mazi Obinna Agwambo, the founder and executive director of Exgadia. The topic he presented was natural resources, extractive industries, and environmental sustainability, imperative nexus in the achievement of the sustainable development. The keynote speaker highlighted the relationship between natural resources and extractive industries. He made mention of some of the industries in Nigeria, some resources that could be extracted. And then he also emphasized the availability of these resources, given the fact that the guarantee, he emphasized the availability of the natural resources in Nigeria, and also pointed out a couple of industries that usually would exploit such resources. He, however, underscored the importance of adopting sustainable practice by these industries while trying to extract these resources. And then finally, the keynote speaker advocated the introduction of mineral education in Nigeria's educational curriculum. It was actually a robust presentation. After the keynote address, we had a couple of invited lectures. It began first with a lecture on the essence of biodiversity genomics in a crude extraction milieu by Professor Julian Osuji of the Department of Plant Science and Biotechnology, University of Port Harcourt, where he identified biodiversity as key to sustaining ecological balance in the globe. And then he also highlighted the use of genomics in exploring biodiversity for the purpose of sustainable development strategy. Immediately after that, Dr. Henry Oame, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the Queen Mary University of London, presented his paper on the exploiting yeast amino acids metabolism for biofuel production. Now, in his presentation, he highlighted that Nigeria spent more than 160 billion naira yearly to import ethanol for industrial use, and thought that it was necessary for the country to begin to adopt the possibility for, producing bioethanol rather than importing. And so one of the ways he thought he could contribute, or we could contribute to ensuring success, was to enhance research in this area. So in his research, he used yeast amino acids to produce bioethanol, and during his presentation, he highlighted the procedures, the methods that were adopted to achieve this. He, however, advocated more rational genetic engineering approaches in order to achieve results on the large industrial scale. We had two other presentations immediately after Dr. Ohame's presentation. Mr. Chukwudi Iwozo, who is an ESG professional, made a presentation on environmental and social impact assessment as a pillar for sustainable development. We thought it was important that we also looked at this aspect. During his presentation, he explained the concept of sustainable development. He identified that sustainability frameworks at national, continental, and international levels were necessary to drive sustainable developments. And then in the bid to access or measure levels of sustainable development, he stressed that strategic environmental assessments were necessary social impact assessment tools. And then he advocated that update and harmonization of legislation to cover emerging issues while strengthening human and institutional capacity was necessary. Finally, advocated increased partnerships and collaborations between relevant stakeholders in industry, the academia, regulators, policymakers, and non-governmental organizations. And then finally, for the day, we had Dr. Ambrose Okem, who is a joint researcher at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. He presented his talk on the novel approaches to enhance phytoremediation potential of heavy metal accumulator plants, green approaches for sustainable cleaning up of contaminated soil. Now, the speaker informed that in the pursuit of a clean environment, eco-friendly and more sustainable processes for contaminant cleanup were necessary. And so he pointed out some research developments he had in enhancing phytoremediation capacities of plants. He identified that in the bid to adopt phytoremediation methods as cleanup strategies, some enthusiasts usually would use crop plants. So he advocated that it will now be possible, it will now be necessary to marry genetic engineering and phytoremediation so that peradventure croplands were utilized for remediational processes. To be important to bioengineer such plants so that the contaminants will be accumulated in non-use parts in the plants. And finally, he drew to mind the numerous collaborative opportunities for pollution abatement experts, geneticists, farmers, policymakers, towards ensuring the adoption of a much more sustainable sustainable remediation strategy. That was how yesterday went. Today, we are going to have a presentation by the principal investigator of the EBSR group, Professor Anolefu, on pre-colonial sustainability strategies, post-colonial extractive industry propelled environmental degradation as palliative possibility in the reintroduction of sacred growth. After that, Professor Charles Adetunji, who is the co-collaborator in this conference series, would make his presentation on prospects and challenges of biotechnological tools in promoting environmental sustainability in African environments. Now, immediately after that, we would have another presentation from Lancaster University by one of our ex-students, Chidinma Angela Tennyson Omovu. Our presentation is entitled Exploring the Frontiers of Biotechnology in Environmental Sustainability. Closely following that, we would have Dr. Oluwatosi Obata, who is a research associate at the University of West England in Bristol. Is going to make his presentation on the title, Novel Approaches to Enhance Phytoremediation Potential of Heavy Metal Accumulator Plants, Green Approaches for Sustainable Cleaning Up of Contaminated Soil. And then Professor Atagana from South Africa, actually from the College of Agric and Environmental Sciences, will talk to us on compost bioremediation, a sustainable and affordable technology for remediating contaminated soils. Dr. Crossdale from Western Delta University, Ogara, Delta State, would also shed light on natural resource extraction, on sustainable environmental and women's likelihood vulnerability in the Niger Delta. We thought this time around we could also throw some gender-sensitive issues in the presentations that we will have today. And Dr. Crossdale will do justice to that. Let me quickly remind us that at the end of the presentations for today, you would have copies of the slides, videos. They will be downloadable at the University of Benin website, uniben.edu. You also download at our research group website, www.ebsrgroup.org.ng. And then we would also have a session for summarizing all our presentations together with the purpose of making out a communique that will be necessary for policy making. I wish you a very successful day. Good morning. I'll see you at the other side.
That was a fantastic one. Thank you very much, Dr. Beckley. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker and presenter for the day. Is no other person but the team lead of the EBSR group. Is an environmental sustainability professional, is a professor of environmental biotechnology and environmental sustainability with over 35 years combined with teaching and research experience. He has also written over 100 papers, both on national and international journals. He has taught in over 5 countries and has mentored over 100 plus students, both locally and internationally, through the EBS Arrow Group and International Exchange Platform. He is also an organist and a lover of nature. And at this point, I'd like to add mine, is also a lover of children. He has invested so much in the young generation because he believes that the sustainability of knowledge transfer is from one generation to another. So at this point, kindly help me welcome Professor Jeffrey Anolifo. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome, you're
Precious.
welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. We're trying to get going. Thanks. Just a second, we'll be there. Slideshow. Thank you again. I welcome participants and my fellow presenters to the EBSR Group Conference. The title has been introduced, and I start off. The thing that triggered my interest, especially in looking at sacred groves and sustainability, are fourfold. The first one is the destruction of Agbedo in the Nnewi North local government area in Anambra State. And that was in my paper of Anolifo et al. 1999. The second was the transition of Awka from a sleepy town, a sleepy small local government area, to a state capital. That paper was in 2003. The next was the loss of very important forests at Mubi North local government area. That paper was with my students, Wante and Anolifo, 2014. Something is blocking my view here. And the last paper, the last trigger, was the factors that caused was the forest degradation at Okukuoba, Amamputu. First one was Umuoma, Atami Virgin Forest encroachment in Eziama in Uli. That was a paper I did with my student, Dr. Nwokeji, in 2015. I made an outline of my work. I'm going to present it. The first will be environmental sustainability, African cosmovision, and the Mother Earth concept. I'm going to look at that vis-a-vis your African orientation. Then I'm going to look at sacred groves and conservation. And thirdly, I'll look at the factors that caused the loss of respect for sacred groves. And I'll also look at sacred groves in contemporary times and just take a quick dash at extractive industries. Environmental sustainability and the Mother Earth concept. Environmental sustainability has been defined in very many ways, but it's generally just how we conserve our environment, take care of it for now, like the Bible in Genesis 2:15 says, that he has given us dominion. You take dominion of the entire earth. But a provision was made by God when he said, you dress it and keep it. And that denotes sustainability. God himself said it. You don't destroy what I've given you, so dress it and keep it. The second thing there is that it's man's responsibility to conserve natural resources. And thirdly, all non-human things exist to strengthen human beings. If only man knew, like Father Wyfer used to say, if only the cattle, the herd, knew that the person leading them is just a very small boy, they would turn against that person. Man doesn't know the value he has in nature. That's why man is destroying what he has. God has given it to us to dress and keep it. I'm going to look at the life which has meaning when it is lived in harmony with the surrounding. My G here is that every act of an African has a natural and supernatural connotation. The African just doesn't believe that we just landed into this earth and all we have to do is to use whatever we can, whatever we have, however we want it. No, the African believes this is something bequeathed to us by God. And therefore, for us to know that God is sacred and holy, whatever he created is also sacred and holy, including man. That's why it's dangerous to kill a human being, because he's created in the image of God. So the African sees the environment in a different way from the Western world. We see the environment as us, so we must sustain it. And that's why whatever development takes place must be development that is sustainable. Now, the other thing is looking at the environmental sustainability in terms of the African cosmovision. And I say here that the cosmovision is a way of, it's a belief system. It's a way of thinking. It's the African orientation to understanding sustainability. So it's a belief system that governs how people relate to one another and the environment. It's not just the environment. If you must remain in tune with the environment, you must be clean. You must be without spot. If you kill, then your community will banish you because you do not belong to the environment any longer. Two, here I said, because nature is living and interrelated, cosmovision therefore determines how nature is used. It's also said that everything and every act in Africa is seen through religious lenses. Life is God-driven, all to benefit man. In cosmovision, we say that ancestors and spirits are near God. They are close to God. That's why we look on them to assist us. We live during the day, work, trade, do, play, whatever. But at night, we go to sleep, and ancestors will take over. Because they had lived with us on earth, they know our problems. They knew where it pinches us. So they are close to God, and therefore they can interact for us. They can intercede for us. And that's why cosmovision is understood in a different light from the Western world. Number 5 here is that man has to be right with God. And if he wants to do that, he has to keep his environment pristine. You can't pollute your environment and expect God to be friends with you. So that is number 5. Number 6 here. May I ask Dr. Beckley to please show up? Even with differences in ancestry, education, and exposure, cosmovision is innate in every African. We cannot run away from it. We may live in Russia for 100 years. By the time you come back home, your community will welcome you. Your community will bring you up to date as to what's happening to your people. The next in line is my looking at environmental sustainability with a view to looking at Mother Earth. Mother Earth is so important that the UN has declared a day in the year in respect of Mother Earth. There's some technical things here we want to take care of, so I can be seeing this stuff. Let's give us 1 second. Let's see this. Okay, okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. Now I'm going to look at the environmental sustainability with the Mother Earth concept. Sacred groves become community shrines, and destruction of it causes some phenomena that we may not understand, such as drought, loss of drinking water, exposure of topsoil, causing erosive tendencies, and loss to communal shrines. So it's something agreed by a community, and it's like a covenant. If you agree on something, let people agree by saying aye or nay, just like that. A community agreed and decided that this is what we believe in, and they are going ahead with it. So if anybody transgresses those beliefs, there is bound to be consequences. Deified bushes, that's my number. I'm going the opposite way. Number 6, the deified bushes, forests, and streams become sacred because of importance to community and must not be slashed, burnt, or polluted. These are regulations, traditional laws, and taboo practices that are put in place by communities. And these things differ community to community. Number 6, premature plucking of fruits like the African cherry, the Chrysophyllum albidum, and that's the botanical name of that, is forbidden. Up till today, in my town, the Chrysophyllum albidum is not plucked. You allow it to drop because it is a fruit that is meant for the community, and therefore it's a sacred grove, and it's so respected and preserved for the community use. Now I take it to number 1. Sorry, I went anti-clockwise. To African land is mother. To Africa and Africans, land is mother. It is believed that the land gives us our food, provides shelter for us, gives us nourishment, and the sky provides the rain and sunshine. And like mother, sustainability is about life. It is known that in my place in the East, in East Central State, or rather Eastern part of Nigeria, a mother is so highly respected that there are many names that are given to mother, like one of my daughter's name is Neka, meaning mother is supreme. Neamaka, mother is great, mother is beautiful. So the same way we revere our mothers, the cosmovision and the respect to Mother Earth refers to the land as mother. And these descriptions are seen in how the Igbos respect the land by ascribing many things to the land. Some of these I've said in number 2 here, that description of Mother Earth, such as killing of humans and many others, are abominable acts. Igbo takes bearing of life from laws of the land and taboo. And one of these is what we call Omenala. Omenala is laws of the land. What has been agreed by a community according to the land. And that land is what sustains us and is Mother Earth. The other one is Ntonala. Ntonala is tradition. And mind you, bear it in mind, Allah here means land. And that is the earth, that's the environment. So everything takes its bearing from the land. And that land must never be desecrated. Because if you desecrate the land or pollute the land or do anything contrary to laws of the tradition, you have desecrated the land and therefore you transgress. You have insulted your mother. The other one I put here is Nsoala. Nsoala means taboos against the land. Another is Ordinala, tradition. The other one is Imeruala. Imeruala means to pollute the land. And finally, I said Igbochala. Igbochala means to cleanse the land. My friends, you can see everything done here in terms of sustainability of the environment takes reference from the land. And by land, we mean Mother Earth, and by implication, the environment. The environment is eccentrically where we live. And in ecosystem, we look at interaction and interrelationship between the biotic and abiotic. So everything is talking about community, communality. Man cannot extricate himself from community. And that community is the community of the living and the non-living. Even in the living, the microorganisms play a great role in this community. Man can therefore not continue to ascribe to himself the owner of the entire earth and the entire universe, where he can do and undo whatever he likes. So we have seen these Igbo sayings, Omenala, Ntonala, Nsoala, Ordinala, Imeruala, Igbochala, all of them referring to the land. Number 3 here, the land is treated as living because it provides humans sources of food, such as this forest where you get food, water, fruit trees like the cherry I've mentioned, economic trees like the iroko tree, and services like scavengers, like vultures. That is why all of these ones I've just mentioned and many others are revered and seen as sacred, and therefore they are referred to as sacred groves. They are not put there just for cosmetic reasons. They are there because they serve the community. I've just mentioned the service industry, which here is represented by the scavengers, like the vulture. We have some snakes, we have lizards. Every one of them plays a role. Number 4 here, all things from the land are revered as mini gods. So land and creatures must be preserved and protected. Laws include the murder of any sort, killing of any human being, taboos prohibiting the killing of ecological useful scavengers. I've just mentioned the vulture. Back in those days, it is said that the vulture is no meat for anybody to eat. It's a community agreed, you may say, idiosyncrasy. We didn't just wake up on this earth and believe that vulture, you can't eat it. No, it is the community that agreed because of the services it provides for the community. So man can no longer pick and choose. Oh, our father said we cannot eat vulture, so you don't eat it. But our father did not tell you not to kill other animals at will. You see a lion, it has its own economic value. Why must we hunt them, poach them? That is sustainability. My next slide, I'm looking at sacred groves. And here, the meaning of sacred groves, actually, I have mentioned it earlier, that these are community agreed artifacts, structures, natural resources. Community agreed to keep them sacred and keep them away from the community so that they are guided and protected for future use. And that's exactly the definition of sustainability. If our foreparents were as reckless as we are now, we wouldn't have the leisure of having some of these forests predating up till now. So sacred groves are abodes of rare, endemic, and endangered species of flora and fauna. Atwal et al., 2006. Number two here is that communities have them as ancestral heritage. So they must be protected and they become communal goals as put by Shonil and Claudia 2006. They are biodiversity hotspots because species seek refuge there. And we cannot take it for granted that wherever we see any bush, we encroach and destroy and kill whatever is there. They are there to preserve the germplasm. And number four, they showcase traditional ecological knowledge. It is the knowledge of these people, the indigenous knowledge, IK. It is the knowledge of the people that were put together and synchronized to understand that whatever keeps us alive must be preserved. It is said that somebody who does himself harm is like somebody shooting himself on the leg, on the foot. Why must I shoot myself on the foot? Because that would be crazy. So the community ascribes importance to these natural resources so that they can preserve them. I'm looking at here the factors that led to loss of natural resources and disrespect of sacred groves. Ochitelo, 2002, stated that colonial masters actually unleashed their real motive in the late 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. And those motives were to just kill and take over and kill, take over whatever you like, and nobody can challenge you. Ochitolu 2002 also stated that missionaries condemned anything African as dark, bad, and of less value, and therefore must be cutted away. We heard of the recent retrieval of the Okuko, the Bini bronze that has been there for centuries. It is one of those things they just came here to loot and take away and told us that what is ours is of no use. And we agreed because we regarded ourselves as undeveloped. Like somebody telling me he discovered the Niger River when our people have been living with Niger River for centuries. Anyway, that's the digression. White also said that missionaries demonized African indigenous knowledge with its taboos, wisdom, and beliefs, which previously sustained order, harmony, and biocultural life in Africa. This is very true. Because people were not killed or slaughtered as if they were animals. What is happening in Nigeria today is loss of value. We have lost our value system. We'll go back to that later. Paul Ricoeur stated that only few cultures could have resisted the affront of the Western and Christian worldview. Remember, this is their worldview. Go to Africa, cut away whatever you can see, take over, use it the way you want for your own good. But the African worldview, which is the African cosmovision, is that you respect what is sustaining you, you respect what God has created, because you are going to live in harmony with that thing in your environment. That's your ecosystem. Adekunle and Mwechefu, 2019, stated that missionaries preached that forests, rivers, and animals were objects for human pleasure and needs. This is outrightly wrong. Mudimbe, 1988, stated that locals to stop believing, the locals were told to stop believing that flora, fauna, rivers, places, and mountains were interrelated to humanity. Thus, they trivialized the traditional cosmovision of the Africans. This is degradation of our values and our concept of life. I have given you the concept of Mother Earth and the things that were ascribed to the earth, to Mother Earth. Finally, the colonizers did not preserve the African traditional laws. Instead, they developed locations which they called European quarters, where these laws were utilized to preserve trees and keep their own environment clean. When we were young boys and girls, we used to go to where we call European quarters in Port Harcourt. And we go there to pluck guava, we pluck mango, and run back to our shanty towns. That is the concept of the African. The European lives in luxury. And what they termed luxury was harmony with the environment. A clean environment, a pristine environment, a cool environment, a serene environment. And they denied us of that by preaching a different culture, gospel to our brains. Now I'm looking at the aim and objectives of my studies. I've made a preamble of what led me to this work. The work spans since 1999 till date. We are still working on it. We've published some of the papers and we are still gathering some more. The aim of the work was to reappraise the pre-colonial environmental sustainability strategies by local Nigerian communities and to propose a revisit as palliative in the present day extractive industry driven unsustainable development. The objectives of the study were to describe the African cosmovision and its non-conformity with Western values or ideology. Second objective was to elucidate the eco-theological interpretation of the African concept of the ecosystem. And thirdly, to argue the veracity of the deliberate destruction of the African conservation strategies by the colonial masters. It is true, and that's what I'm always arguing, and I will argue throughout this paper. Number 4, to present the surviving sacred groves in some Nigerian communities, and 5, to discuss impacts of the extractive industry on environmental sustainability in Nigeria. How we carried out the work, we obtained data in different ways. The first one, we made field trips. As you can see from the presentations I will make later, we made lots of field trips to different cities, different towns in Nigeria, different regions. And secondly, we did structured questionnaires and used them to gather information and data. And finally, as seen in this picture, A, B, C, and D, we had some interviews. The first 2 sets were those we did at Uli in here, the local government area. And the second one was in Ebonyi State, Ndiata in Igbago is the local government area. The structured questionnaires and logistics were done such. They were written in English language, administered to those over 50 years of age. We worked with interpreters and transcribed our work done in situ. We had local tour guides for security purposes, especially this time around, and for easy landmark identification. We started, it is said that charity begins at home. So I started my work from my local government area, which is in Nnewi South, and my town, in particular, Ubo. We have A, B, C, and D showing Aboyuku. That's the forest of the Great One. It's still existing till today. It's opposite the major deity, which is called Udobo. It's an impenetrable small bush, and it's a very fearful place. So I really didn't enter there, but it is behind the forest you are seeing in A, B, C, and D. Then E and F are Abon Nebo. The MC in this program was in the entourage that went to do this work with me. That's Mr. Precious Ekato. And in fact, he got the nickname Opakan Nebo. He got that nickname in the university here. So E is the Abon Nebo, the bush that gave us the Opakan Nebo. And the Opakan Nebo is the spring water you see in F. It's water that runs from the rock. And in that rock, there is a tree, and it is believed that from that tree, the root of the tree produces the water from belief. We have not done any work geologically in there. The next slide is the sacred groves Unuli, here at the local government area. Here we are at Atamiri in Uli, the surviving virgin forest in Uli, Iyala local government area. A, B, C are the Atamiri forest, and especially C. I was warned not to enter because that's the head shrine of Atamiri forest. But somehow I was able to get close enough to take the pictures to show that there are 3 surviving Iroko trees in Uli town, and some of them are found inside the Atamiri shrine. And that goes to show what we are talking about. These shrines were used to protect, preserve, and conserve these natural resources. Our children cannot be told the story of the Iroko tree on pictures. We need to have them somewhere so that they go and know what it is. And finally, D is the Atamiri River, which flows from the Atamiri forest. Sacred groves in Ogoniland, River State. I thank Professor Tani, who got me these pictures from Ogoni. I did my secondary school in Ogoni, St. Pius X Bodo in Ogoni, so I know the place very well. But because of security, I couldn't go there. Professor Tani had to help me get these pictures. That's the Kwe A and B is the Kweyo Tukunu Virgin Forest. It's still standing and virgin in Lumene Banga community in Kana local government area of Ogoniland. But C and D is already degraded. And contrary to beliefs, which I will talk about later, the extractive industries, they are not too bad. They are not doing us terribly bad. I know some people may not agree with me. What may have caused our problem may be collateral damage from the extractive industry, but not extractive industry per se. I will expatiate on that. But please, people should not crucify me yet until I get to those points. Sacred groves in Oba. Oba is in Udeni local government area near Nsukka. We access this place through the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in Enugu State. A and B are the Umunkwime shrines. The A shrine is actually the major shrine in Umunkwime village in Udeni local government area. And it's protecting the Ofo tree, the Darium macrocarpum, all in Umunkwime village. C and D is the lower portion of the cherry tree. If you look at B, you will appreciate the size of this tree, showing that it has been preserved over the years. This is just the stump of it. The tree is quite tall, so we couldn't get the entire picture. Now, still in Oba town, we have A, C, A, B, C, and D. All are apple tree. And the apple tree is the of a tree. That is what the sacred group does for us. It preserves these trees so that they will be bequeathed to our future generation. But A is the Iroko tree, which is found around around the Dioha village, or rather Owerenu village, in the same Udeni local government area. Now down to Edo State. The sacred groves at Akoko Edo local government area in Edo State. A, B, C, A, B, and C, and D reflect the Ayegunle area in Akoko Edo local government area. But E and F show the extractive industry that we have in that Edo North, in that part of Edo State. And that is the quarrying site at Ikpeshi. But let's go back to A. A shows the sacred grove in Somorika. When I was growing up in the 60s, we were told that the greatest shrine in Nigeria resides in Somorika. And when I got this information, when I came to Benin, I asked about Somorika. My friend Theophilus Daniel explained to me exactly what we were told in those days by our foreparents, that Shomorika has some great gods. And he talked about Okpokoshu. There is a set of clans, Okpokoshu clan. And in this Okpokoshu clan, they have belief systems that still thrive till today because the rocky terrain of Shomorika area has caves and crevices where you have shrines, and they believe that these are abodes of the gods. The next is the Sacred Grove in Udo, in Ovia South local government area. You can see in the plate B is a well-preserved shrine along the Igoraki Road, Igoraki junction of Udo and Igoraki. That's where that shrine is, well decorated, well cared for, meaning that the people still respect it, even though not much allegiance is given to it, but it still serves a purpose. It is the shrine that is known to protect the Udo forest. And there are lots of forests, Udo and Okumu. C is the shrine that is in the center of Udo town. And then Okumu is the picture behind, in front of the forest at Okumu. These are UN established forest reserves. So I wouldn't expatiate much on them because they are still standing. The next is the Igbo-Wina shrines. A, B, C, D, and E are shrines along the Igbo-Wina area. They are quiet. The area is quiet. Not much is known about there. In fact, you wouldn't even know that B, C, and E exist because it has a covering that will not let you know that something is there. But I saw it and I took pictures of it, and it is something that we need to preserve. I will talk about that later. D is the one that preserved the H plate, because in H, erosive tendencies have started there because of encroachment in the upper area of that part of the town. That place is being farmed and buildings occur around that area. And something has caused the erosion, which was not taken care of, and it is becoming widened. But the forest is still standing. The last one is the shrine at the Izomo Palace community at the Zubu quarters. Now, general findings. A, cosmovision is real and uniquely African. Extractive industries have caused direct loss of sacred groves, such as can be found in the provision of transepts for oil drilling ventures in Ogoni land. Those transepts are necessary to open up the forest. Number two is the clearing of immediate locations for campsites. The next is the provision of right-of-way for pipelines for gas, soil compactment through heavy-duty vehicular movement. I'm told my time is up, so let me get to my proposal. The proposal for the reinstitution of sacred groves, I propose as follows: that the myths about sacred groves as fetish, pagan, and retrogressive need to be dismissed. I'm pleading. It is something I'm passionate about. Number two, some traditional laws are not in conflict with biblical injunctions. If we look at Genesis 2:15, Genesis 9:12, Psalm 105:25-30, Nehemiah 9:6, Isaiah 43:20-21, and also in the Quran. If you look at Surah Al-Araf, the heights, verse 85 and verse 64 of Surah Al-Mahdi. These are religious injunctions in the religious booklets to agree with our foreparents and our communities that sacred groves are something that need to be preserved for sustainability. Number three, there needs to be education about Nigeria's cultural past. We need to aggressively pursue this. so that our children will know exactly what happened to our foreparents. Did they just sell out Nigeria? Did they just give up to the West because they had guns? Were there no resistance? What exactly happened? How did they come in? Number 4, we need to contextualize historical past of Nigeria under colonial rule. It is greatly needed. The truth must be said, must be told of the derobing of the African cosmovision psyche. It is a worthy cosmovision, and we need to derobe that. What the white man has said that we are. Sacred groves should be treated as important national monuments, and deserved attention should be provided. A national registry of sacred groves should be undertaken for their location and present state. A call is made for the traditional laws of the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria to be incorporated into the curricula of faculties of law in Nigerian universities. Individual local government areas in Nigeria are advised to adopt environmental traditional laws and taboo practices for environmental sustainability. I picked on the local government area because they are the ones closest to the community. They are closest to the land, and therefore the omenala must be preserved. Immediate surrounding of sacred grove need to be fenced and allowed to repopulate. Because if it does repopulate, then we need to have back our forests. The National Environmental, in fact, the NESRA should step up on the following laws. Harmful Waste Special Criminal Provision Act, CAPDAD 2004, the Endangered Species Control of International Trade and Traffic Act, CAP 9, 2004, and the National Forest Conservation Act of 1980. Protection of Nigeria. Okay, I'm told my time is up. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for having me around.
So, thank you so much. This is quite profound. Well, one of the things that we could take home, Dr. Beckley. Okay. Professor Onolifo, kindly mute your mic, sir. I can hear Professor Onolifo. Please mute your mic. Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you for the entire section. We are grateful. Thank you very much. One of the take home for me is that we need to de-Europe our minds. And that's a big one, because migration is 100% on the minds of everyone. So I know we have so much questions to ask at this minute, but I would like to beg at this point again that we'll pen them down, and we'll have a robust conversation shortly. We'll have a robust conversation shortly, please. So let's have our next speaker and presenter ready. Do we have Dr. Charles in the building? Hey, great. Thank you. Good morning.
Enable me to share my screen.
We're coming, sir. I just want to be sure that you are in the building, sir. We have not recovered from yesterday, and from the energy I'm seeing now, I can feel. I know it's going to be massive, but please, sir, please, in advance, deal with us mildly today. Good morning, sir. Good to see you, sir. So we'll be having our next speaker is Professor Charles Oluwatosin Adetunji. is currently the president of the Nigerian Bioinformatics and Genome Network. Is also the executive director of Center of Biotechnology, and definitely is the acting director of intellectual properties in this state. So trust me, he is coming with so much this morning. So please, I'd like to beg everyone right now to kindly pen your questions, your observations, so you will not lose any one of them, so that we'll be able to take every one of them. You can also quickly drop them on the comment section, so we'll take them. Thank you very much. Please, everyone, help me welcome Professor Charles.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
I'm
morning,
so happy
sir.
and delighted to be in one of the best universities in the globe, University of Uniben. I'm privileged by the grace of God to stand before you this morning, and I'll be talking on prospects and challenges of biotechnology tools in promoting environmental sustainability in African environment. As we know, the whole world currently faces a lot of challenges. Oh, there is a noise somewhere.
You can go ahead now, Prof. Everyone has been muted.
Okay. Okay, as we all know that the whole world go through a lot of challenges, most especially the issue of COVID-19, which have come to tell us that we as a scientist need to come together and harness our resources in order to solve the global problem. I am from Edo University, and I double as a distinguished professor, Center of Excellence and Biotechnology, PCU Ibadan. I'm the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Young Academy and coordinator of Southwest Microbiology Society of Nigeria, and I double as acting director of the property of technology transfer of Edo State University, Uzari. Now, before we could do anything great and solve the problem of environment, we must first of all recognize that the owner of environment is God, because without that, we cannot get environmental problem being resolved. So which form the CTCAP of the solution? I will say that, as we know, the whole globe is going through diverse problems. And one of the critical problems facing the whole globe is how do we maintain a cleaner environment and the problem of food insecurity. Before we could go that, now the whole world have digressed from linear economy. Now we are talking about circular economy. Now, we are blessed with a lot of biodiversity and bioresources. Before we can solve the global problem, we need to tap into numerous bioeconomy that is being surrounded us. That means there must be a nexus between circular economy, environment sustainability, and a lot of goods that biomaterial that God has given to us. That means there is a nexus between energy, environment, in order to avoid and prevent several kind of our mitigating diverse mankind. I will say that we need to face the reality that has been encompassed around, encapsulated around sustainable development. Now, there are many targets behind us and in front of us that we need to just tackle. Now we have been talking Vision 2020, Vision 2030. Now we are in year 2022. How do we use digital revolution for sustainable development goal? How do we use sustainable? How do we maintain a sustainable and a cleaner city? How do we produce food? How do we produce water? Now we are talking about energy decarbonization, sustainable industry, mankind, health of mankind, and gender equality and inequalities. Now, many of us are distinguished professors in the house, distinguished scientists. The center organizing program is a well-center, organized center of excellence. We produce a lot of students, but we need to encapsulate and base many of things on how do we prepare entrepreneurs for many students that we are graduating, which now shows that sustainability, economy, eco-friendly waste management approach, carbon management, and greenhouse mitigations needs to come in place. Production of value-added byproduct from whatever waste of agro and industrial waste need to come in. Could this be a solution to global problem or to global issues? That means innovation, sustainability, environment, and circular economy has come to stay. Now, circular economy is a way that can harmonize diverse kind of ecology system and restoring them. In order for us to advocate those things, we need to emphasize on diverse life cycle analysis too, application of nanotechnology, while we are in the era of digital, where we can provide about deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Now, the whole world is talking about, we are talking about Industry 4, and we are talking about the 9 pillars of technology. Now we are talking about 13 pillars. We need to embrace and encompass all these together. Now, in order to change the circularity and sustainability and find a better approach in order to solve the global problem, we need to check our curriculum. As the professor that just finished talking, Professor Nefo also said, we need to recheck our curriculum. Now, before we could achieve goals, we need interdisciplinary to come into place. Otherwise, we are not saying something. So I was thinking that before we're talking about Industry 4, the mathematics of Industry 4, as several segments, talking about the 9 pillars of technology advancement, you can see how it's stream from stream, electricity, computing. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence. Now we have moved and digressed to 13 pillars of technological advancement. Now, this is very important that will help us to solve diverse environmental problem with the use of Industry 4, which have a lot of advantage, which include elimination of waste and losses, which I'm going to encompass in this study. Now, I will say that Malaysians were able to get to where they are today because they embrace the application of 9 pillars of technological advancement in resolving diverse global problems. So I will say that means we need to embrace translational research. Because without translational research, we cannot. Before we are talking about Millennium Development Goal, now we are talking about Sustainable Development Goal. Before we could solve diverse problems facing mankind, we need to embrace all our goals under Sustainable Development Goal. Now, I will say that the whole world has been stipulated to increase drastically. What are we going to solve it? It's going to become 9 billion in the year 2050. How are we going to solve it? Now, 4 major goals of our time: how do we achieve food security, the issue of climate changes, air changes, and a lot of things. Now, let me now share some of my experience. My research group have been able to discover a new herbicide that's going to help farmer in replace of chemical synthesis herbicide. Now, why? Because these have become a major threat to food safety, ecosystem, and human health. Now, during this study, we have established a molecular study, and we have finalized it. We have documented the sequencing alignment, and this showing the homology. We have documented publication in that regard, and we went further to establish the active fund responsible for the biological activity. This has documented, this has been published. We went further to establish the code of action, how it works, and this has been established, this has been published. We went further to, and you can see the tested weed and the unmolecular weight showing the biobizarra to be very eco-friendly. We went further to establish the biological and the metabolomics profile of the active strain performing the activity. This has been established, and this has shown the active ingredients present in the for the bioremediation and of herbicide weeds present in the environment. We went further to establish using depth 45, 90, 135 COSI in order to establish the structural illustration of the active compound. This was done using proton NMR, carbon NMR, FTRR, SCMS, and a lot of other profiles. And this showing the documentation of the publication in that regards. We went further to see who farmer that could not speak English. We came up with Animation Without Borders in order to assist the farmer to solve their various challenges. And we use various agro waste to serve as carbon source and nitrogen source instead of highly costly PDA, nuclear, and a lot of other things. So we went further to see in Nigeria, what do we have? We have a lot of drug waste. So we based our study on the use of sorghum that could be used in mass production using solid state fermentation and submerged fermentation of for this study. We went further to establish ecological thirsty assessment before we could tell the whole world that this is eco-friendly. In order to establish the biocompatibility, we determine the health status of the soil, microbiological study for biocycling of essential nitrogen, carbon, and a lot of other stuff. So during our study, we are able to establish that, and this has been documented in a high impact journal. We went further to show the farmer, not just showing in the laboratory, which is showing on the screen. You can see the farmer and the scientists demonstrating how he takes out the weight. We take advantage and importance of agric economics, in order to compare the cost, we were able to establish that our product is more cost-friendly and eco-friendly as well. So this has been documented by the federal government of Nigeria in order to establish it. During COVID, we went through a lot of things in order to establish ecosystem and eco-friendly environment of most of our products and have a smart agriculture. We were able to use and develop agrobots. So this changed the publication for my research group, where we were able to document the issue of climate changes, monitoring automated system, cyber spawnage, in order to achieve food security. We went further for fish farmers. We went to develop a healthy-based monitoring system that could help them to monitor their aquatic system. We went further to establish the use of flooding logic in order to establish shrimp production towards the defense and designing of intelligence system in order to enhance the product. Also, we went further in order to establish the use of bioinformatics and engage in 10 different projects. Can we come up with a new biopesticide that could help to mitigate the problem of cassava disease? One of the major problems is cassava mosaic disease. We went further to show this, and it has been estimated that it costs 1.9 to 2.9 billion around the globe, which is a colossal loss to the whole globe. Can this be a new biopesticide? We use a lot of bioinformatics traits to establish the fact, and this showing the protein code, the homology, and this showing the alignment, distribution motif, and this showing the 3D dimension all over the Africa, Ghana, South Africa, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Zambia. We did the combination to have a converged and a large study. And this showing the biological process ontology, this showing the cellular component ontology, this showing the molecular function ontology. And this major discovery is that we have discovered a new and eco-friendly biopesticide that could be sustainable, that could cost like 100 naira compared to 1,000 costly biosurfactants and biopesticide that has been in the market. We went for that to establish second project. Can we establish the use of cytochrome P415 in regulating and bioremediating environmental sustainability? So my research team is currently working on this, and we went for that and we have established, and I'm happy to announce to you, we are given an award by American Society of Microbiology and Federation of European Microbiology, which is in collaboration with Dr. Wazazani in India. And we went for that and we were supported by Melinda Gates in order to support and present this presentation, which we have done. This is showing the taxonomic distribution of the Aspergillovirus protein, and this is showing the evolutionary relationship. This is showing the prediction of subcellular localization. This is showing the various treatments. This is showing the metabolomic profile we got about the gene. And we use a lot of multi-omics approach in establishing the eco-friendly, eco-safety, and eco-toxicity of it. Now we have come up with a study of comparative phylogenetic analysis of the cytochrome P4 monomers of the viral Fusarium species. And we have established that, and this is showing that it's working. As you know, this year, Nobel Prize was won on crystal regularly interface short polymers. My research group won a very big grant with USA, EU, African, Asian, Pacific, Caribbean Nano Initiative, because we discovered that plants have a very thick cuticle that doesn't allow biopesticide to enter. So what did I do? I came up with a model whereby I can design a nanotube in order to exchange and pass across biological active campus. And this shows the grant that was donated to Edo University. We went further to use it in a lot of things. We went further, my group went further to discover a new raminolipid that could have a lot of diverse. We have optimized, we have standardized, and this is the publication that is showing the activity of various biosurfactants developed. And we went to see that farmer use and spend a lot of high money. Can we have an adjuvant that could reduce the cost? That instead of selling for 1 million for people that want to capture acres of land, they can just spend 1,000 naira using our own technology. We have optimized, we have standardized. We went further to synthesize nanoparticle from these because I discovered these could produce of biosurfactants. We have optimized, we have standardized, and this is showing the nanoparticle. This is showing the time resolution and the elemental analysis, and we have documented that in that regard. And we are happy to inform you that we have also documented a patent in this regard. So I want to encourage every one of us, let us document our innovation. I went further to see that there are a lot of ecology problems as a result of various agricultural waste. So my research group came up with a cheap biotechnology techniques that could help in preventing agricultural waste, which has been generated in lifetime in developing countries, and become a colossal economic and ecological challenge. This is showing the application of mushroom in producing a cheap animal feed. We went for that to feed chicken. Within 3 weeks, our chicken become and is growing very well as a result of this. We went for that to develop a new enzyme as a result of highly dumped feathers around all our environment that constitute active activity. And we came up with immobilized enzyme a carotenic enzyme that can biodegrade any form of enzyme, and we have documented that, and we have even produced a immobilized fertilizer. And I'm happy to tell you that the tomato is very sweet and very palatable and contain a lot of nutraceuticals. We went further to see if we have a carotenic enzyme that could biodegrade a lot of poultry waste. We have documented that, and we have used a lot of banana waste, orange waste, and a lot of other waste to serve as a carbon substrate to replace costly animal. We went further to discover diverse kind of polymer and polysaccharides in the environment that can have a diverse state, and we have documented population in that regard. And a lot of isopolysaccharides has been isolated from my research group, and this has shown some of diverse application and publication. We have used it to bioremediate environment, and these are the publication in that regard. We are using it for eco restoration, to produce strain improvements. We have engineered them. Some of the biofilm have been used in biotransformation. We have produced diverse molecules. These are showing the publication from that regards. And we have used artificial intelligence and Internet of Things for instrumentation and control of waste biodegradation in animal plants. We have used it for remediation of water and economy of circular bioeconomy towards the global issue. And this is telling us that it could bioremediate every costly substance that are mined around the globe. So which shows that waste bioeconomy, when incorporated in the circular economy I was talking about, could represent a low bioeconomy which involves CO2 carbon sequestration. Okay, so valorization of waste or streams into bioprocessing for the production of value-added products, such as biopolymer, has been established as a perfect replacement for the utilization of fossil fuel for the production of feedstock, which ensure ecologically friendly carbon flow. Now, I will say that my research group also went further. We went further to see, in addition to all the bio-based products, local processed environment begin with properties such as non-toxicity. They are non-toxic, eco-friendly, and biodegradable, and highly biocompatible. So we have produced diverse of them from diverse ways, and we've used majorly because most of these farmers could not speak English, they could not use PDA, they don't understand what is media. So we came up with Animation Without Borders to explain how most of these agro waste could serve as a media for mass production of diversity. Now, I'm happy to also inform you that recently my research group came up with a lot of strains and active potent plastic and bioplastic degrading microorganisms that could degrade several types of plastic. And we're able to achieve this in our laboratory for analysis in the shift in the community structure, which includes the limited coverability of indigenous soil microflora has become a major problem in microbial ecology. So greater understanding of DNA RNA-based techniques, which do not involve cultivation of organisms, are currently being used mostly by genetically modified microorganisms on the indigenous microbial community. So my research group have used the application of the nature-driven gel electrophoresis, amplifying rhizobum DNA restriction analysis, terminal restriction farmland landmark organisms, and single-strand populism for bioremediation of the environment. And these are some of the publications from my research group that established the application of microorganism or bioremediation of plastic, and we have used them as an adjuvant to enhance the activity of various things. Now, I was recently, maybe like 3-4 years ago, invited by Italy government and Indian government to see how we could use organisms, mostly beneficial one, for sustainability and maintenance of a cleaner environment. Now, also, when we are taking care of the environment, definitely a healthy food will come to us. That's why I came up with a model called Endophyte to Save Life from food shortage. From the simple biology, endophytic microorganisms are organisms that dwell inside the living plant and exhibit a kind of symbiotic relationship, which may result to non-disease causing to plants, and they have positive effects like growth promoting effect. The plant could enhance plant growth enhancing effect caused by plant hormones, which endophytes produce a lot of them. And they could also enhance disease resistance ability and capability. And also, it must come to your know that endophytes could prevent environmental pollution, and endophytes are not poisonous to the environment, agricultural chemical cause pollution because bioaccumulation, biomagnification, and its hazards, environmental pollution disrupts the normal greenhouse effect I was talking about. So I went further in the German Rural University with some Nobel professor, and we're able to work together, and we're able to discover the role of biotechnology in environmental sustainability and in food safety. And we discovered that application of genetically synthesized nanoparticle could form a kind of a sustainable nanoparticide that could form a replacement to synthetic pesticide. And because they have diverse, unique properties like ability to tolerate diverse rates, stability to non-tertiates, and that biodegradable, eco-friendly to some fields, which includes increasing productivity, improve the quality of the soil, they could stimulate plant growth. And some of my PhD students are currently working on application of biosensor. You don't need to go to the farm, you just sit in your house, you can monitor any pest coming onto your farm. And also, whenever pesticides in excess, there are some biosensor that is being developed by my research group. You can sense, you can develop, and you can stimulate and come up with a model, the number of ppm of pesticides that is above the number does. So we went further to establish the metabolomic profile of those traits that could bioremediate the environment, and this showing the LCMS profile of the metabolite that show the activity there. This show the LCMS profile. This is showing, and we went further to biosynthesize the biogenic active compound present in the bacteria to synthesize a nanobioparasite, and it's showing the Fourier transform cytoscopy, transferium infrared cytoscopy of the biopesticide. And you can see the ordinary bacteria extracts and the nanosynthesis bioparasitides, which is showing a kind of a plasma resonance at the wavelength of 420 wavelength Lambda. And we went further to establish the optimization and various conditions that could prove and improve the activity of the biopesticide. And we went further to establish the solution electron microscopy of the synthesized cows biopesticide. This is showing scanning electron microscopy of the shape and topography of the biopesticide. Now, in Africa and the rest of the world, production is not a problem. Our major problem is how do we manage whatever we have and how do we maintain what we have for the ever-increasing population. So I have worked in post-harvest research institute for almost 10 years before crossing to the university, which gave me a lot of idea of various fungi and bacteria that could cause a lot of diverse post-harvest losses. So we went further to establish the greenhouse activity of these newly discovered bioparasite, which is about that is showing activity when compared to synthetic chemical, which you can compare on the plate showing on the screen. Now we went further to show that this does not only enhance or maintain the clean environment, it also increases germination percentage, plant height, and a lot of plant and growth rate. So this is showing some of the publication from our research group in this regard. We went further to establish cool nanopesticide. What happens to the environment when it's being applied? What happened to the soil enzyme? What happened to the soil organic carbon? What happened to the soil respiration? What could be the effect on the plant physiology, the yield and growth parameter? And we have been able to carry farmers along, and we have conducted this study in 6 different geopolitical regions of Nigeria. Because whatever we are doing, there is a model. You need to go to the community, identify the problem, come up with a prototype, ideate it, produce, and take it back to the community. So we are taking our solution back to the farmers, and you can see the vegetable farmers adapting it. And I'm happy to announce to you, we have also documented a patent in this regard. So this is showing the various application of nanotechnology and some of the publication as a result of nanomaterial that could be derived from marine environment, and our potential agro-food application of novel sustainable material could form an eco-friendly approach has been established by my research group. We have further to establish the application of nanomaterial from agro-waste, and we have documented a lot of publication in that regard. Also, we have also documented the application of nanosensor. I was talking about some of my PhD students are talking about for detection and evaluation of organic compounds. We have used nanomaterial for the combination of organophosphate compound in the soils. And we have also used nanobubbles technology for remediation of metal contaminated soil. We have also used mushroom a lot for bioremediation, which we call micro-remediation of heavily contaminated environment. We have used a lot of essential oil for the remediation of tyrosol. Now, on the note, before I round up, I want to announce all of you that before we could achieve this sustainable development goal, we need to work together as a team. We need a place of interdisciplinary. We need to come together. We need to leave whatever rivalry we have with each other, come together, build a team, move Nigeria forward, move Africa forward, resolve the global problem. Before we go at this, we need to work as a team. Now, also, not only that, what of the unborn generation and the born generation? I have conducted a lot of sensitization at primary school, secondary school, and university. And also, one of our awareness, you can see the CBN governor present in some of the awareness using some of the technology shown to primary and secondary students. And not only that, I'm happy to announce to you, I've been appointed as the series editor, which I have over 10,000 book series. So if you have any book on environmental sustainability, I'm happy to accept your proposal. If you have on agriculture, I also have a series on that. I welcome your proposal. If you have on nanotechnology, I'm also an editor in that. If you have on biofood process and environmental contamination remediation, I also have some series. I have up to 10,000 textbooks. So I'm welcoming your idea. These are some of the books for my research group. If you have any idea, please don't hesitate to contact me. This is my nanobiotechnology company that specializes on a lot of things. And there is an annual program I would like to invite all of you. For this year, we have 2 different years where we bring renowned and the top first 10 biotechnologies and environmental biotechnologies around the globe. We bring them to Nigeria. We come together and announce and discuss diverse kind of problem that could help in resolving global challenges. And these are some of the vice chancellor and erudite professors that have made mark in the area of environmental biotechnology coming to Nigeria. Not only that, I would like to advise all of us, we need to communicate our technology. We need to communicate our invention. How could we move Nigeria forward? How could we maintain this? I remember in 2016, I was invited by the Senate when Nigeria agriculture was bound to Europe. And this is me consulting. So if we don't communicate, if we don't talk to them, then we don't know we have it. All of us are intelligent. There are erudite professors. So we need to harness together. We need to come together. So on this note, I would like to thank various vice chancellors that has invited me as a visiting professor to their university. I'm very grateful. And this year annual Science Day was lecture in India, sponsored by the India government under DBT-CTEB program. I was able to give the opportunity to come and deliver this year annual lecture. I appreciate that. And I want to appreciate all these professors, distinguished people that have contributed for me, President of India, and a lot of other people, distinguished professor. And on this note, I would like to appreciate our distinguished and erudite Vice Chancellor, a woman par excellence and quality, Professor Suzanne, for doing a wonderful job. I would like to appreciate my father, a distinguished and erudite professor, a professor of professor, for this great initiative. You are a legend in our generation. I would like to thank my distinguished Professor Ikechegbe also for bringing me on board to talk about my discovery from my research group. Thank you, everyone. And I want to thank Zevite Country that has sponsored much of my research, and they have helped us. And I want to invite you, all of you, to join Bioinformatics Society. And we are ready to have a very big, robust center of excellence and sign MOU with University of Benin. So I'm looking forward to this MOU so that we can spend all these grants on this money together and become a university that can be compared to Harvard, Oxford in 1 or 2 years to come after the invention of this center of excellence. On this note, I want to thank everyone in the group. Thank you for inviting me, all the distinguished speaker, the one that have spoken, the one that will speak about me. Thank you very much. All the participants, I love you all and see you very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. The energy was palpable. So you talk with the speed of light.
Thank you.
Well done, sir. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
I like the tail end of the conversation. They said we should come, let's spend the money. I'm so much interested in that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was mind-blowing. And everybody has been asking, can we get the slide? Can we get, yes. We said it yesterday and we've said it already this morning. The slides for the event will be shared on the University of Benin platform, and it will also be shared on the EBSR platform. So you go there and download all the slides. Every one of them will be available. Even the recording for today and yesterday, they will all be available. Once again, someone just, I almost said tweeted, someone just sent a message and said that was a nice and insightful presentation. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm sure many persons have questions. I have a lot of questions too. But again, I'd like you to beg. After this next section, we'll be having a discussion section, the first for today. So let's just kindly keep all our questions and we will run through them. Once again, you were able to run through almost 187 slides. Prof, that was exceptional. You were actually racing. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you,
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we'll move on here. Please, again, I'd like to beg again, please put down your questions so we could take every one of them. Please kindly put them on the comment section. The slides will be shared. They will be on University of Benin platform, and they will also be on the EBSRO platform. So you'll be able to download this, download everything that you want, even the certificate of participation and the video. They will all be there for you to download. Thank you very much. Once again, we have hit 100 from the beginning today. The YouTube channel is already up and running. Kindly connect with, share with your friends, with your colleagues that you want them to have this knowledge. Like Prof said earlier, we are faced with mind degradation. So it's not, and we need sustainability all around. It's not just on the environmental space, but we need sustainability all around in the business space, in the intellectual space. Like Prof also said, that Professor Charles now, that we need collaboration, every collaboration, to ensure that the people in government and the people outside see, understand that what we have is quite unique and can bring solution to global issues. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone. At this point, I'd like to recognize some personality. Mr. Mazi is already in the building. I saw you earlier. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. To tell you how serious and concerned our speakers are. Some of them are already online.
I'm not going to hear from you again, man.
From the beginning.
Sorry, no.
Professor Shitu, kindly mute your mic.
Okay.
Professor Shitu.
That's why I said I'll find time to eat.
Okay, no problem now.
Professor Shitu.
Adjustment, no problem. Hey.
Kindly mute your mic, sir. Welcome, sir. I saw you earlier. Welcome.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry for that.
Thank you.
But I enjoyed that last lecture, so I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, sir. Professor Ido is in the building. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Very, very much. Dr. Shitu, you are still online. Yeah, Dr. Ambrose is online. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And we have Professor Osan from the VC office already online. Thank you also. We are grateful to have you again today. Thank you so much. Mr. Onamdi, I saw you earlier. Thank you. So we're going to the last presenter before we go on our first break this morning. So, Mrs. Angela, are you online? Yes, I've seen you. You're online. Great. So our next presenter and speaker is Mrs. Angela. She holds 2 master's degrees in environmental biotechnology, one from Westminster and the other from the University of Benin, both of them with distinctions. She's currently a PhD researcher at Lancaster University, Environmental Science Department, UK. She has over 10 years working experience in academics, in research, and field extension. So at this point, I'd like you to help me welcome Mrs. Angela Tennessee. Welcome, good morning. Madam, Mrs. Angela, are you with me?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. Good to hear
Thank
you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's
so
a pleasure.
Your section starts now.
All right, thank you. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, just hold on a second. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I feel very humbled presenting after Professor Charles Adetunji. After listening to everything he had to say this morning, and it's more like a good overview of what I'm about to talk about. My topic this morning, I would like to shed just a few light on is on exploring the frontier of biotechnology in environmental sustainability, the Nigerian environment. Okay. Just hold on a second. Yeah, the world, as we all know, is a place where we have both humans and animals and microorganisms all living together and cohabiting in natural space. And it's evident before us that as the human population has disrupted the natural ecosystem, whereby leading to a lot of imbalance and having negative impact on natural cycles. And this negative impact doesn't just affect man, it also affects other living organisms in the sphere. And in light of this, several researches are going on, which actually prove that man's activity is currently in an unstable form. And this has resulted to depletion of natural resources. And efforts to try to bring back the environment into its natural state before it became what it is going to involve not just one person, but it's going to involve all of us collectively putting on our hands on deck to see that we take the environment back to what it is. So everyone is interested in trying to make the world a better place. Then the question now would be, how can we make the world a better place? And to start this conversation now, let's talk a little. Sorry, I can hear some echo, please. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Yeah,
Sorry.
I said I would like.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I can actually hear myself, but that's fine. I will just go ahead and talk if you can hear me. Yeah, I would like to talk a little just on environmental sustainability as the word, which we know is a Latin word, gotten from sustain, which means to hold, ability for something to hold up without breaking down or giving way. And in terms of that, ecologically, when you talk about sustainability, it's more than just man. We're talking about how biological system in its diversity is able to go on for a long time without reproducing itself, everyone reproducing its own kind, without breaking off or without collapsing. And in light of this, environmental sustainability now talks about a process whereby with man's interaction in the environment, we are able to keep the environment in as much as possible natural or pristine state before the idea of exploitation or industrialization started. And how do we achieve an healthy environment? Healthy environment could actually be achieved by one, discovering ways to reduce the negative impact of the human environment, human activity on the environment. And that second way would be enhancing the well-being or vitality of every organism, both plants and animals involved. And this could be done ecologically by one, trying to ensure that renewable resources are used. And when you use the word renewable resources, we mean resources which can be replenished. But if you use the renewable resources in an unsustainable way, you're abusing it. Because when you talk about unsustainable, it actually means that the rate of usage is way higher than the rate of replenishing. So we have to ensure that the rate at which we use even the renewable resources is sustainable, such that the harvest of use is equivalent or synonymous to ability for it to regenerate itself again. Then the second option would be to try to develop renewable substitutes for the non-renewable resources. Just like Professor Tunji talked about in his previous lecture, we heard about when he talked about plastics. We know one of the pollution currently suffered in the world is plastic littering everywhere. Where you go to the water bodies, there are lots of nylons, bottles, and things that people use and dump in the environment. And a sustainable renewable option substitute for that would be biodegradable plastic. And when we talk about the biodegradable plastics, these are plastics that they don't degrade at source or when still without being discarded, but these actually are plastics that when discarded into dump sites, they can be degraded within 180 days of dumping them in dump sites by environmental microorganisms. And with time, this is a good substitute to the normal regular plastics that spend years and, if possible, a very long time in water bodies or even in landfills without being degraded. Then the other option would be to ensure that waste generation does not exceed or go far beyond what the environment itself can take care of. So just the same way we know that not all wastes are biodegradable, there's definitely some non-biodegradable waste. So we have to ensure that no matter how, as much as we cannot do without generating waste, we need to ensure that the waste we generate is done in such a way that the environment itself can absorb the shock of the waste being generated. Hello, please, can you hear me?
Very well, we can.
Yes, ma, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. So in light of this, the need to have steps or measures in place to ensure that we do not generate waste that is far beyond what the environment can handle, I would like to show a few pictures on scenarios or examples of environmental disturbance or disruption as applicable to the Nigerian environment. Here in front of us is crude oil pollution in Niger Delta. You can see a farmer being smeared with crude oil in his farmyard, people struggling to get water from the water bodies, farmyard being as periwinkles covered with oil. That's one of the pollution problems we have in Nigeria. Another very common problem suffered not just in Nigeria, but anywhere you see human activities, solid waste generation. This picture is a picture of municipal solid waste in Edo State, of people whereby sometimes they even abuse the way they dump waste in selected dump sites. And again, if you remember when Professor Charles Adenchude talked about conversion of waste to energy, part of my research or what I'm looking at is actually how to convert waste to energy here in Lancaster University. But my focus is not on solid waste. I'm looking at industrial waste, which I will talk a little about towards the tail end of this presentation. Here you have environmental degradation due to mining. You see this happening in the more you have them in the northern part of Nigeria. You can see these are miners, and most of them actually are children. Sometimes they use cheap labor, and then you can see people trying to, in the part B picture, they are grinding gold, but there is no, no measures are not put in place to ensure the safety of the workers who are currently doing the job. You announce that in the long run, people that engage in these activities suffer a lot of health problems. Sometimes it's not immediate. They bioaccumulate over time. And sometimes it could even be when they are out of such services or such job. Here you have erosion. I'm sure we are all aware about this. Gully erosion taking place in Edo State. You have them a lot different scenarios of it in Anambra, in the eastern part of Nigeria, cutting across bridges, threatening human houses. These are things that happen when man's activity go unchecked. Here you have deforestation. This is a picture of deforestation in Edo State and then some parts of Nigeria as well. And you know that whenever you have deforestation, there's always issue of loss of habitat, loss of diversity, and so on. Now, major causes of environmental degradation problem. One of the chief causes of this is poverty. That's just the truth, just like what you could see in the picture. Because of poverty, people are made to do what on a good day they wouldn't want to do. people look for cheaper ways, and then authorities or people, employers don't do the right thing to ensure that their workers are protected, the health and safety rules or measures are put in place. Then you have bush burning. Now, because people are farmers are looking for cheaper ways to clear their farm, they don't want to pay laborers to do it. So some resort to bush burning just to get a lot of acres cleared within the short possible time. But by so doing, they end up creating more problems of air pollution, and then forests actually are depleted for collection of wood. You have uncontrolled logging, gas flaring, as you can find in the Niger Delta, crude oil problems, oil spills, heat stress, and acid rains that come as a result of these oil exploration-related activities. Then another chief major problem is actually the inability of regulatory bodies to do their job. We all know that in Nigeria, we have a lot of regulatory bodies, but many a times people are actually reluctant to do their job. And when they don't do their job, people pay. They pay dearly with their life, they pay dearly with their livelihood. And now, what do we do, or how do we help solve this problem? One of the things, I'm sure we're all aware of this, when they say prevention is better than cure. So one of the first thing or measures to put in place would be pollution prevention. And when you talk about pollution prevention, we say this because most of the pollution we see comes from industrial process, and they're actually released into the environment. They're either going to the air, land, or water. So, and when we talk about pollution prevention practices that could be employed, the first one would be source reduction. So is it possible to go about this activity producing as little as possible waste? It's important to do that. So if you're coming up with an industry, you're trying to set up a project, you need to ask yourself, is it possible to reduce the waste being generated? Is there an option, or will I just go about it and not care whose horse is armed along the way? The other option will be pollution control. Okay, if you can't do without pollution being made, now how do we control it? Is it possible to use a less harmful substance in replacement for the hazardous materials? Okay, now fine, I can't really control it. Okay, how do I manage what is being, the pollution being made in terms of the toxic waste? Okay, what are the measures put in place to ensure that, okay, fine, even if we have to go through this extreme, how do we checkmate our activity that the impact on the environment is not just like one that wasn't thought through? Like, how will this process run from the beginning to the end? So in as much as possible, we would always employ that pollution should be prevented at source, then allowed to escalate, and then we try to look at corrective measures to help handle the problem. Now, this is where biotechnology comes in. Biotechnology, we can see from yesterday's talk, several speakers that have spoken before me, and even Professor Charles mentioned that biotechnology is actually like is a hope to humanity. Like, fine, no matter how much our activity in the environment goes, and with biotechnology, we've found a way to help manage or cushion the impact of man's activity. Biotechnology is defined as the use of scientific techniques whereby some parts of living organism or the whole organism is used to modify or improve products, which could either be plant or animal related. And when you want to use some parts, sometimes you see things, it could be as specific as recombinant DNA, cell fusion, or the creation of entirely a new bioprocess. Biotechnological tools can solve the problem of pollution and help sustain the environment. And the reason why biotechnology is a better option for industrial process than the conventional one is the fact that when things are done with biotechnology in the background, it helps, it means that we have to think about how to go about production in as greener as possible measure. And when I use the word as green as possible, which means that both the product or the process is environmentally friendly. So unlike the conventional methods, which is dependent most times on petroleum-based process or chemical-based process, the waste being created many a times when released into the environment harms the environment in the long run. So now there have been general classification of biotechnology. Sometimes they come up with the color coding, trying to say red biotechnology, yellow biotechnology, green biotechnology. But this classification does not really limit it, because in the long run, when you come to biotechnology, one field or one area actually runs into the other. Like even in the green biotechnology, some will talk about agriculture, but then it's even more than that, because waste remediation or remediation of polluted sites could actually come in and help them. Now, biological tools that have been used or reported in literature with regards to environmental sustainability, you've got bioremediation, biomining, biomonitoring, biosensor, biomass fuel, aquaculture, and biocatalyst. Each of these are not really necessarily standalone research or standalone technology. Many a times they are intertwined into each other for them to provide or be used for concrete solution. Yeah, this is a table that talks about the application of bioremediation in different environmental processes. If we take, for example, the wastewater, here they're using sulfur metabolizing bacteria could be used, and you could use this in wastewater treatment plant for sewage. And in the long run, you could have products like biogas being produced. You could also have volatile fatty acids, because my research in the lab is looking at production of volatile fatty acids. Then you could also use bioremediation for treatment of soil and land that has been degraded, whereby microorganisms could be used for the cleanup. And you could have this cleanup either done in situ or ex situ. So when you talk about in situ, it could be done at the source of pollution, whereby these organisms are taken to the field where you have the pollution, and its efforts are made to help clean up the environment there. Or it could be done ex situ, where they are done in the lab, and then we have a lot of field trials done before it's taken or blown up into a larger scale. Then when you talk about bioremediation, it could either be bioaugmentation, the introduction of a new set of microorganisms to help the indigenous microorganisms help remediate or work on the pollutants. It could be biostimulation, where the certain environmental conditions are changed either by mulching, introducing some waste materials, which could change the pH of the environment and stimulate biodegradation. It could also be through phytoremediation, the use of plants to do that. For us here in Lancaster University, lots of research is taking place. And the one I'm involved in is the bioremediation research and bioenergy research. When we talk about the bioremediation research, specifically in the lab, we've used white rot fungi to help degrade phenanthrene, which is a polyaromatic hydrocarbon that can be found in petroleum contaminated sites. And one of the research, or one of the things we do in this is that we didn't just work on phenanthrene. We choose to use radioactive labeled phenanthrene, which is the 14C phenanthrene. And that's because we're trying to look at the degradation kinetics to find out how are these microorganisms breaking down, what step-by-step way in which the metabolic pathway in which the microorganisms degrade phenanthrene to get the end product of CO2 and water. And radioactive labeled phenanthrene was used to help us see and monitor the pathways involved. And in terms of biostimulation, spent mushroom compost was used as a way to help enhance the activity of the microorganisms present in the environment. And we used the microorganisms used were the ones found residents originally in spent burial grains, because they were actually cultured to find out some indigenous microorganisms present in it that can actually help in bioremediation. In the bioenergy research, we've got biogas, bioethanol, biohydrogen, and then BMP study. The BMP is biomethane potential study and volatile fatty acids. Yeah, in this part of research, we looked at the ability of different wastes and what's their potential to produce and make energy. And in order to do that, a BMP study most times is done before the actual process. It helps you to try to narrow down or streamline your waste option, because not all waste will actually give you what you want in terms of, will give you a good energy output, because sometimes it takes so much energy to actually convert this waste material into energy. So you have to weigh your options to ensure that you're not consuming so much energy to make energy, Because if that's what it's going to take, then that process is actually not economically viable. It's rather costing you more than the other way around. So specifically, I want to just, before I end, to talk about one of the research preliminary studies I did, where we looked at the effect of different C/N ratio on volatile fatty acid production from anaerobic digestion of sucrose in continuous stir tank reactor. The reason why we looked at the C/N ratio is because when you look at the bioprocess, and one of the things you need to take into consideration is your substrate. The substrate composition goes a long way to influence what your product will look like or what you would get in the long run. So the C/N ratio has a large over literature. It's been reported that significantly it affects what your product will be like. And the choice of volatile fatty acid as a product as against the biogases, because over time in literature has also been reported that it's actually more pocket friendly to go for a product that has got high value, but the quantity might be low, as against a high low value product, large quantity. So when you weigh the option of, do I allow the anaerobic digestion to run to completion, or do I just allow it to run partially? Volatile fatty acid is produced when your anaerobic digestion doesn't run to completion. So you tend to stop the process halfway to get the volatile, that is, it stops at acetogenesis and doesn't run to methanogenesis, where you have your methane gas being produced. So, and this is actually what we would term as a high value product, but the quantity produced will be little. But this volatile fatty acid has got a lot of application. You could use it to make biodegradable plastic. It finds application in fertilizer, cosmetics, and a whole lot of things it could be used for. So in this research, I looked at the effect of using different C/N ratio to what would be the impact of this on the volatile fatty acid production of sucrose. I chose sucrose there because we're trying to look at the basic element. We're trying to understand the basic chemistry of what and what is entails before we'd use the main substrate. And the study also assessed the impact of how this different C/N ratio influence the individual VFA composition, and what is the effect of the C/N ratio on the VFA production in the long run, where we looked at the volatile solids, ammonium, and then the substrate utilization, as well as the production and composition of the VFA within the experimental treatment. The methodology involved using continuous air tank reactors where, hello, can you hear me, please?
Very well, we can.
Okay.
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you very much. In the experimental design and setup for this experiment, continuous air tank reactor was used with a working volume of 0.6 liter and overhead space of 0.4. We got the inoculum from United Waste Utility Lancaster. The feedstock was a 5.5 gram sucrose solution supplemented with minerals, the nutrient mineral, and that's because we needed to get a nitrogen source. So that's where we did that was part of where I had to do the calculation to get what's the ratio of my carbon in the sucrose as against the nitrogen coming from the mineral solution. I looked at total solid, volatile solid, pH, and statistical analysis was done with XPSS. And ANOVA was also used to compare the variance within and between treatment. A snippet of some of the results I got is what I'm just about to show here. You would see that in the bioreactor, there was no, we didn't do pH control. So we allowed the reaction or the experiment to run on its own. So you see that for all experiments, they all started with a near neutral pH. And over time, as the bioreactor became more and more acidic, the pH dropped, which is what we wanted. And as the pH was dropping, it also helped in the selection of our microbial population within the bioreactor, because when it becomes very acidic, the methanogenic microorganisms are disadvantaged. So they don't tend to have the ability to grow and try to eat up the volatile fatty acid being produced. So it allows the acetogens more space to populate and do their job. If you look at this graph, you would see that the C/N ratio of 5 had the highest volatile fatty acid production, followed by 10, and then you have 20, between C2N ratio of 20 and 30, initially at first there was a distinction, but towards the tail end of the experiment, you see that the significant difference was not playing out, wasn't that much. Then the maximum VFA production in the bioreactor, one unique thing we got to see was under the VFA productivity, which if you look at the graph, you will see C2N of 5 was doing better, but that of 10, you see that the productivity of 10 was better than that C2N ratio of 5. The C2N ratio, actually, it tells you, like I said, what is present in the substrate, which is very much important because it's based on the carbon content that you're going to have the product, which is a volatile fatty acid being produced. Then the nitrogen content of your substrate enables or creates an enabling environment for the microorganism itself to grow. Because if the microorganisms present in the sludge doesn't grow, then you're not going to have much product. So trying to get a balance between creating an enabling environment for your microbes to grow, and then having as much substrate for you to get as much of the product you really want, it was quite essential. In the long run, this another graph shows the volatile fatty acid composition now, not just the quantity produced, but what exactly is being produced. You see that the C2N ratio had different composition. C2N ratio of 10 tend to have a better or more of acetic acid being produced. And then that alongside the C2N ratio of 20, before you talk about that of 5 and 30. So playing around some of these things can enable one tweak or change the components of your bioreactor depending on what exactly you want. So with adjusting the C to carbon to nitrogen ratio, one can also help do some targeted volatile fatty acid production, which is quite good because it depends on what exactly you want to produce in the lab. Because just like I said earlier on, that volatile fatty acid has got quite a lot of applications and things you could use it for. It could be diverted into another chain of bioprocess, which has to do with the production of biodegradable plastics, or it could be used for other more finite products. So at that point, and because the market for volatile fatty acid is growing currently now in the lab, or the researchers or whoever is trying to make a bioreactor might decide to say, okay, you know what, I don't just want to make volatile fatty acids where I have a myriad of different volatile fatty acids. I'm going to go for a specific one that's got a more market or higher market value to give me what I want. So that's why I'm playing around some of all these factors that influence the content as much as the composition is finds relevant. In conclusion, as I stated earlier before I started, that man's activity in the environment involves a lot of chemical synthesis in the course of man trying to work and use natural products in his environment to suit his convenience or his need, has led to creation of more pollution in the natural environment. But all hope is not lost. It's not all gloom and doom. And say, okay, damn it, does that mean that we are no longer going to utilize materials in our environment? No. With biotechnology, it's a way of cushioning, or biotechnology has provided an acceptable solution that can also help integrate this waste generated back into the environment. And the biotechnological tools also can help us ensure that natural resources are used more sustainably. And that will simply mean in a way and manner that it's not going to create more problems, but rather it will be of good to everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. You helped to compliment Professor Charles. He was racing while he was presenting, and you were a bit more welcome. Thank you very much. Dr. Charles, I was complimenting you. Don't come and give me some lash later.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm following.
Okay, great. So at this point, we want to engage everyone on a robust conversation, because the reason why we came here today and yesterday is to bridge that gap. That's the reason for all of this. We need to bring the industry and the academia together and foster growth in the environmental space and beyond. And from the presentation so far, from Professor Analifo to Professor Charles and my madam at the top here, we have come to see that it's way beyond what we thought about. It's actually cutting through every sector. So it's good to know that we have a lot of professors. I'll quickly want to recognize them. We have a lot of professors in the building today. And thank you for letting me know today, unlike yesterday. So thank you for being online. So I'd like the questions to start coming in, and I'd like you to specify the person you are sending your questions to so we could properly let them know. So Professor Analifo, I believe you are still online. Professor Charles is online, and I can see Madam Angela already. So, and if you have questions from yesterday that was not addressed, we can also address them today. We have Dr. Ambrose already in the building. We have Alan Damas is the title, but I like to still retain that title. Mr. Mazi, thank you very, very much. He's already in the building. So any of the questions can fly and anyone can respond to them. So I got the first question. Okay. Sorry, let me just quickly appreciate some of the professors. I saw Professor Barry at some point. I saw, let me quickly get there, I'm coming. Where is it? Okay, I'm seeing Professor Barry. Professor Barry, thank you. Please kindly mute your mic if you are just joining. I can see Professor Morogie, thank you very much. Professor Felix, thank you very much. Professor Idu, thank you very much. Professor Kadiri, thank you. She was online yesterday and she has been following all through. Ma, I'll come and give you a medal for this. I'll come and give you a medal personally from me. Thank you very, very, very much. So the first question for today, I'm coming. The person is Mr. Uche. And he asked a very nice question. He said, if these processes have been commercialized already. So I don't know which process now. Mr. Uche, will you want to help me here? Are you still online? Which process are you referring to if they have already been commercialized? Mr. Uche?
Yeah, I'm trying to type my question. I will type it.
Okay, can these processes be commercialized or have been commercialized? So which of the processes? Is it about technological processes or the bioinformatics? Which of them? Okay.
This man just finished that one, Abby.
Yeah. So is that specific? Okay. Okay. So the question is for you, Madam Angela, if these processes have been commercialized.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, some of these processes have been commercialized, but currently, majority of them are still in what we call pilot stage. Not all are actually full-fledged process being used by entrepreneurs, but there are some young entrepreneurs or companies that are currently employing some of all this process, so they can be commercialized. Yeah, but one of the things you need to we put into consideration when commercializing or taking it into a big stage is the effect of scaling up, because it's one thing to do a process or run a process in the lab. It's another thing to find out if this ideology would fly when taken to a bigger scale because of the effect of increasing your bioreactor. Because when you want to commercialize it, it's not just using a 250 ml flask or a 5-liter bioreactor to do the job. You're going to be talking about 5,000 liters, tons of liters, and that's money. So, and you wouldn't want to gamble that, like put so much money into something that has not yet been proven and tested by doing trials in gradual, I use the word, trying out these things in short because it's safer to go from chains of smaller reactors into a very big reactor, because if your big reactor fails, so it means all your money has gone down the drain. So the processes are being commercialized, yes, but not all of them necessarily are taken up to the very, very large scale. So it's safer to have series or chains of smaller reactors. So if anyone should fail, because sometimes your reactor can fail, and that means all your effort has gone down the drain. That's what I would say.
Thank you.
Okay, we got another question. Environmental resources conservation is necessary. Likewise, development. How then can we harmonize environment and development? So the person is asking the harmony, the relationship between development and environment, because truly that has been something serious. And Professor Anipo talked about it when he was talking about the destruction of some of those sacred groups. So.
Is this question? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So is this question for me again, or will someone else answer?
Okay.
I could give a go. Okay, I could just give a go.
Okay.
One of the things I mentioned before, like it's possible to create a balance or a harmony between exploitation and how do I put it? I'm trying to get the word now. Exploitation in terms of trying to mix development, and then now you're talking about how to get the environment in as natural, as much a more pristine state as possible as what you originally started with. It's possible to get that. All you need to do is you need to consider, like I said, you need to know the threshold of the environment you're trying to exploit. That's the word. You need to know how much stress can this environment actually take before it starts collapsing. So an environmental impact assessment needs to be done before embarking on certain environmental projects. So before you spend your money or before you try to take a particular project to a very large scale, you need to sit down and count the cost and say, okay, this I want to do. So for how long can we run this project sustainably? So you don't just say you're going to run the project forever. No project should run forever without thinking about ways to ensure that the damage being done or the effect of the project is being cushioned on the side. So you need to know the environmental threshold of the environment you're trying to, the capacity of stress it can withhold before collapsing. When you know that, the measures could be put in place either timely along the project line to say that, okay, I'm going to, by the time we go 2 years down the line of either doing mineral exploitation, we need to have put certain things in place to help either the people living in this neighborhood to be able to live, to exist amicably alongside with the exploitation going on around them. Or we are going to have to relocate them to a certain environment if it means that their environment will be so badly damaged that they cannot stay there and the exploitation is still going on alongside with them existing there. So it's important to know the threshold. When you know the threshold of the environment, then you think about, okay, can I go about it in a less toxic way or less cheaper way? Or so you have to just check the balance. First and foremost question you ask yourself is, can I do this project using renewable options? If yes, then you go through the renewable resource way, but make sure that you're doing it sustainably. So which means the rate of usage is equivalent to the rate of replenishment. Then if it cannot be done, then you have to ask yourself again, okay, can I have a substitute for this particular one I want to do? If the substitute is as good as the other one, then go for the substitute. That's what I would say. Thank you. Any other presenters can please help out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Professor Analipo, just to add to your question, before you respond, Professor Analipo, I'd like you to add this question too. And while Professor Analipo is speaking, Professor Charles, I'd like you to take this question for Professor Charles. How can this apply to food industry to regulate waste biotechnologically from the industry, a septic tank? Or that's actually to Madam Angela. Okay, but to Professor Analipo, during the course of your presentation, I could see that even the sacred group have been encroached upon and degraded. What are the causes of degradation of this sacred group, and what are the ways forward? Professor Analifo.
I heard Mrs. Angela discussing succinctly and perfectly the way forward in terms of development. You cannot halt development because you want to keep the environment. The environment is not some kind of untouchable. No, we have to develop, but we must marry the two. Angela talked about examining the threshold of the environment. Can the environment sustain what you're trying to put there? If it can, you must do something without destroying what you started with. Let me go into the private industry. I was in Shell and we were in the community services business of the environment. If you want to drill, there is a community service. There is a community group that meets with Shell. And there is a discussion. And it is during this discussion that the community will tell you what we have. Please, if you must develop, look at our sacred grove here. Do not encroach into it. Can you go around it? If you can, yes, let's go ahead. If you cannot, let's find a way to agree so that the community does not lose out its own heritage. And Angela called it meeting the threshold. If you can meet the threshold and go ahead with your development, all well and good. If you cannot meet the threshold, what can you do? And that is what we refer to, what Chukwudi talked about yesterday, the EIA. The impact assessment. There must be a pre-impact assessment. And it is during the impact assessment that negotiation and stakeholder discussions will take place. Everybody must be in agreement before you go ahead. It may not, the project will not be stalled, but we need to be patient. Now, there comes a different aspect coming from the cosmovision. The cosmovision talked about our values. And in discussing our values, there's a proverb in Ebola that says that when you want to cure an eye problem, you do not put pepper. So when we are discussing issues that has to do with the environment, corruption should not come in. Because in this negotiation of stakeholders, sometimes people turn their eyes the other way, collect some kind of inducement and allow the environment to be destroyed. So let our value system be respected. And these value systems are what I talked about in the Cosmovision, the African value system, where we do not just believe that the environment can be handled anyhow, because this environment is sacred. So I am towing the line of Angela, and I'm also towing the line of the EIA that Chukwudi talked about. Because by the time we resolve to build where it is necessary, but looking at the environmental capacity to carry what you are putting in there and respecting the values of the land, then we can marry development and sustainability. That's my answer to that.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Charles, please. Okay,
can I have the question?
Okay, I have to go. Okay, while that is on, I have another one for you from YouTube. How is a biosensor used for pest control from home? How is a biosensor used for pest control from the house? Wait, wait, Prof, let me add the other answer so you take both of them together, please. Okay, how can, what's the application for food, how can this apply to food industry to regulate waste biotechnology from industry septic tank? Did you get that, Prof?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Angela, I see that you're smiling. You like the question? No problem. After Prof, you can say 18 or 2. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, there are a lot of application of biosensor, and now everything is going to digitalization. Now, I was talking about Internet of all things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a lot of things. So there are a lot of connectivity that has to do with data programming, biosensoring of a lot of things, whether for pests, for pesticides, residue, and a lot of things. So you can have a kind of data mining that automatically transfer whatever data that your biosensor is generating back to the computer. And through the computer, you can simulate, you can have a lot of algorithms and a lot of computation that you can use in the prediction to monitor the level of whatever maybe pests or contaminants that your biosensor is detecting in the environment.
Okay. Can someone else? Okay, Angela, you can say it before we move to the next question.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I said Prof has actually answered, done justice to the question when you talk about the biosensor, because different kind of biosensor exist. We've got the enzyme-based biosensor, the DNA-based biosensor, and it simply means the ability for whatever machine you're using, like when I use the word machine, device, that's the biosensor, whatever device, the ability to recognize metabolites or change in the environment and transfer or transmit that information to the end user. Because definitely when you're using the biosensor, you don't necessarily need to be at the farm. So you either have your device either connected or manned on site that transmits whatever change happens in, whether a change in temperature or a change in the environmental condition. The farmer is aware of what is happening in his farmyard and is able to know when to rush down there or when to go do some, will I use the word, control measures or palliatives to what is currently happening or taking place in this farmyard. So it's very much possible for biosensors to be used, and different kinds of biosensors exist that can help that.
Thank you very much, Madam Angela. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Someone has a question. Can you still hear me? Okay, great. Sorry, I'm trying to quickly get the questions. Okay. During the course of your presentation, okay, I've taken that question. I've taken that. So, Professor Analifo, I want to commend Professor's research on African cosmovision on sustainability. Is it good for sustainability? It's good for sustainability in the African continent. It will be good to see aerial photograph of some of these forests with restriction. Drones can be deployed for this purpose. Okay, so subsequently, I believe Prof will do that by the time he has a collaboration with bioinformatics, with all the big grants that Prof talked about. I believe drones will be deployed to that effect.
Professor Charles is the big elephant in the room. So that
Thank you, Prof.
That would be a major synergism.
Thank you, Prof. We'll be looking forward to sign MOU with the university and the research group so that we could key into a lot of opportunities we have. And I'm looking forward to having a very big center of excellence with your reputable research group, sir.
Okay, so to Professor Analifo again, thank you for your presentation. My question is, are there spiritual ties to Sacred Grove, or is just a means as well? Are there any spiritual implication to Sacred Grove? Just like you have in the Okpaka and Nebo. Okay. Please unmute, Professor. We can hear you.
I'm sorry about that. There's something we need to get clear here. What is spiritualness anywhere? There is an agreement. Man has an aura that is innate in him. Man is made in the image of and likeness of God. If you believe that there is a being, there is a supreme being, you can call him God, you can call him anything you want. But let us believe that there is a supreme being who is controlling the entire cosmos. If you believe that, and man was created in his image, it means that man has that being in him to tell a stick, if you agree, it doesn't have to be a spiritual thing. If we agree that this laptop I'm facing here I will respect this laptop and offer, take some of what I am in me and put in this laptop. If I worship the laptop, sorry, the word worship may be misunderstood. If I agree that this laptop I will confer some powers on this laptop using what is innate in me, what has been put in me by the creator of myself and whatever I am. If I do that, and I respect this laptop, and I respect myself, and believe, put some ground rules. If I obey those ground rules, then whatever I
Oh, please unmute, please. Unmute.
What I'm trying to say here is that our foreparents believed that there was a creator. They believed it. And the creator created man and gave man resources to sustain man. And they believed that. So they now respected those created things done by the creator. So to keep themselves, to sustain their life, they had to keep those things created by the creator. What happened midway was that fraud and corruption came in. Whatever they believed in worked for them in those days. It worked for them. And those things helped them to live their life well. They lived long, they lived well, they lived on the land, they lived on the resources. But corruption came in. People were now using their belief systems corruptly. I said about Semorika in Akuku-Edo area, one of the Okokorosho clan. And our people believe that if you go to Semorika, another place they were going to was Arochukwu. These are two places that people could go to if somebody committed a crime and needed to be defended. They could go to these two places, and these two places had the shrines that could either convict them or free them. What I'm saying is that people had respect for the land and respect for themselves. If somebody killed a human being, you have taken life, and anyone that kills by the sword will die by the sword. That was the belief of those days. So people didn't kill. There was respect, there was mutual respect. Respect for the land, respect for the person. And there was harmony. There was peace. There was synergy. There was growth. Now we have corruption. Gross corruption, terrible corruption, such that a person is needed to be a leader of the society. The traditional ruler is met by the people to give us a good person. Somebody goes behind, bribes the traditional ruler, and he brings the most corrupt person, somebody who is supposed to be banished. There is a Yoruba proverb that says, the man who was supposed to be banished joined politics, and now they use a lamp to go and look at his face. These are words of wisdom. Once corruption set in, we lost our belief in the cosmovision. We lost it. The European took advantage of what we did to ourselves to use us to create havoc among ourselves. So the question is, do I believe in the spiritual beings? Yes, they were spiritual beings. Those beings existed, they've always existed, but corruption has destroyed the link between man and nature. We need to build ourselves back. I am not looking at shrines and sacred groups as something out of this world. That is why Professor Charles, Angela, and Professor Suji yesterday talking about technology. There must be a marriage, there must be a synergy of what is and what was to bring Africa back to what Africa is supposed to be. Development of the whole world started from Africa. We lost it because of colonialism. We want to take it back. We have that charisma. We have the know-how. Knowledge started in Africa. We need to bring it back. We can synergize and take our culture where it belongs and use technology to marry our culture and come up with development in Africa. But development must be sustainable. We must bring back the things we lost. We can use technology to revive. Okay, yeah, all right.
Pastor, if we leave you will continue, and we'll have to have an extension of this conference.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Please, well, nobody should ask questions again. Just come to University of Benin, come to his office, so you have a robust conversation, because I've been following this trend for the past 4 years with him, and it has been fantastic. Sorry. But thank you very much for all that you have said, sir. Thank you so much. As guardian, sir, you can ask a question now, sir. Mr. Maz himself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, the research group. And then I must thank Professor Charles, Professor Obiana Leofo, and our sister in the house, the Chidimman. Yes, I have been, it's of concern to me that with all the scientists we have, Afro scientists, I call them, because they are of African, origin. We have waste littered all over Africa. Our streets, our waters, our rivers, the highways, they're all littered, with waste. And from my research, because it's a sector that I have, serious bias in, I understand that the most efficient way or effective way to actually handle waste, to wealth, or to the effective way to actually clean up our environment is to gasify them. Okay, because I know that, yes, apart from steel and glass, every other waste out there can be gasified. Okay, because for a waste, to burn, for example, it has some good, quantity of gas trapped in them. So that is what we're trying to trap through, pyrolysis, thermolysis, and all of that. Now, my question is this: what is it? Can we not have, a consortium of these researchers coming together to fabricate these reactors that will keep importing them into Africa? As a matter of fact, I know the technology is not very old. I'm talking about pyrolysis, for example. I listened to our sister here in the house. The research is carrying out at Lancaster University. how do we get these reactors? Because I do know that it's all about, partial combustion, whereby, oxygen is not allowed to go into the reactor. In other words, oxygen is trapped, out, okay, of the reacting chamber. So much so that rather than producing carbon monoxide, what you have is the liquid fuel and then the char, or what you call the carbon itself. So how do we get, now this is a research group I'm referring to. And then thank God I have, we have here in the house, Professor Charles and our lady in the house. How do we get these reactors, fabricated here? Since we already understand how this whole thing works, how do we get them? Because we don't have them here. Okay, if look at Nigeria, for example, just few reactors, that have been imported into the country by Indians, by the Chinese. So how do we have our indigenous, engineers, fitters to put together a reactor that can lock out oxygen so that we can, when we gasify, it will be environmental friendly because there will be no carbon monoxide emission. So that is my question, sir. Thank you.
Wow, the question is okay. Angela, you can go.
Okay, thank you for your question, sir. If I will make you go at the question, and I believe our other professor in the forum can as well support me afterwards. I think one of the first and foremost things we need to deal with if we want to have some form of progress back home in Nigeria would be to deal with the issue of corruption. That's the first and foremost thing, because you can't do anything without making up your mind that you want to have genuine progress. So just like Professor Anolefo said, corruption is not just sabotaging the secret group, it's sabotaging every other thing. So if we have a mindset of people who are really genuinely ready to work, the first thing would be, I always believe something that problem is the bedrock for opportunities. Now we know that, sorry, please, there's an echo in the background. Now we know there is a need, then this is actually an opportunity for us to thrive. It's very simple. If we've made up our mind that we want to do the right thing, then we need to specifically study or look at publications and find out what materials is used to construct or make this reactor. The materials don't exist in the moon, it exists here on Earth. So we can locally source for this material if need be, or locally ask for raw materials of what is used to build the bioreactor itself, and then because it's cheaper to get the raw materials and physically compile or build up your reactor on site than going to get for a fully built reactor and ask them to ship it down to you or move it down. It's going to cost you more. So first thing first is to deal with corruption. Have a mindset that you really want to solve the problem, then it's solvable. It's just a matter of look at the materials that has been used in terms of composite strength, in terms of durability, in terms of what would not compromise your aim and objective of what you really want to set out to do. Then once that has been sorted out, we've got biochemical engineers or bioprocess who could actually sit down, locally design and construct a reactor that would work and try it out, come up with little batches or scale of laboratory trials, pilot scale trials, then before talking about making it large scale. So it's durable. Just like I said, the first thing we need to decide is make up our mind that we are not going to sabotage the progress we want to achieve by bringing someone who is less competent to do the work to handle such projects. That's it. Professor Charles, you can lend your voice to question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I so much love your question because truly the science of bioprocessing takes a lot of dimension and has a lot of capacity in order to boost our GDP, most especially if we can come up with a locally fabricated bioreactor. But this has to start from the pilot scale before we could go that, okay, this is the capacity. We have to standardize from like what my dear sister, Dr. Chidama said,
We need to come with from the Flask laboratory, we scale up gradually. But in terms of our local context, I think one of the greatest thing causing gap is that the industry, the academia, and the research institute, there is no nexus between all of us. And most of the time, we are not taking most of these people that are into local fabrication of all these things into consideration. I believe through a kind of workshop or a stakeholder meeting, like a consortium, like you have suggested, if we could come together, I believe there will be many stakeholders, many people will be involved. God has blessed Nigeria with intellectual, and most of these local artisans, we need to bring them into most of our technology. And I'm sure the suggestion you said, if we can come together and form a kind of consortium so that we can come together to resolve this issue of global challenges, especially having waste all around. So there is a need for industry, both the local and the small SMEs, university research to come together so that we can use locally available material in resolving our local challenges.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we'll be going straight. Okay. Is there any other question? Or any comments from professors present? From professors present on our chat list, I can see a lot of professors. I would like anyone to just speak at this moment concerning this. Just anyone, just one, please. Please.
Precious, may I just chip in a little?
Okay, sir. Okay.
My colleagues have said it all, but I just want to come out from another angle. The university system of Nigeria broke down under the military regime. It's a rot that has been there. It may not fizzle away overnight. It will take some reorientation, realignment, and re-engineering of the university psyche. The academia is not a free-for-all. It used to be that from secondary school, the best gets into the university, and at the end of the university career, academics, the best is retained. But when you stifle a system, it says that you cannot gag the goose that lays the golden egg. You can't do that. The military gagged, I'm sorry, I'm being blunt. The military gagged the university system, and it has not survived it. It's just now trying to come out with things like debt funding. Research in the academia is a major part of the academic system. Professors are not promoted because they were able to teach with their head on the floor. No. Or that they could teach dancing, or they could cram everything in the books. No. It's because of research prowess. What have you given to nature? What have you given to science? What have you contributed to the society? That's the academia. But somebody once said that if you blink in the dark, you're wasting your time. The academics are blinking in the dark. Everybody is in his research office trying to do the best he can. And these days, it's just to get promoted. But if it is not recognized by the society then it's a waste of time. The town and gown marriage must be real. The government must get interested. The private sector must look into the university. Come here. Fund research, help. The system is in trouble. Our vice chancellors are biting their fingernails on how to bring out funds to run the system. Professor Charles knows where I'm going to, and he can pick it up from there.
Professor Charles, your mic is mute.
Okay, I said our distinguished professor Anthony has said it all. So when the biggest elephant have talked, I think we have all learned from his. I agree with Professor 100%.
Collaboration, synergism, teamwork. It's been difficult, but the horizon is shining better. The crop of young people, Professor Charles is there, Professor Beckley, and look at a young lady, Angela, is pulling her weight. Everybody is trying to salvage Nigeria. Everybody is working from their bare hands. They are climbing Iroko trees with bare hands. And the government is looking the other way. But charity must begin at home. Let's encourage each other. I think Professor Omorege wants to say something, please. Prof, go ahead.
Okay. Professor Omorege.
I first say you talk of
Professor Omorege.
Okay, I got too small.
Professor Omorege. Okay, I Okay. When we have hello, please mute. Kindly mute, please. Okay, so we'll create a section for Professor Omorege. Are you still here? Okay, she's not responding now. So let's just quickly move on. We'll get we have another discussion after the next set of presenters. So let's just keep the thoughts in there, and definitely we'll engage further. Thank you so much for this section. We are grateful, Professor Annalie, for Mrs. Tennessee. Can I adopt the name? Professor Charles, thank you very much. And Professor Mazi.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, much. Mr. Mazi, sorry. So we'll let in the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Tosan Obata. He's a lecturer at the Natona University, Newcastle. Are you in the building, sir? He has published several peer-reviewed articles, and he's also a recipient of the 2012 European Funded PhD Award. He has a lot to speak in this regard too. Dr. Tosin, are you here? I can see him online. Can you unmute so we could hear you? Dr. Tosin?
Hello.
Great. Good day, sir. Is it morning or afternoon? Which should I greet, sir?
Good afternoon.
Oh, great. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. So the platform is yours now, sir. Welcome once again.
Okay, thank you very much for having me.
How was the holiday in Windows?
Is every other person, can you kindly mute so we could follow up with our presenter? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to load my presentation. Can you see my? Let me see. Let me share. Share window. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank particularly the organizers of this event. It's really, really a wonderful thing that you're doing with some of the minimal resources you have at your disposal. And particularly, I want to single out my prof, Professor Anolifo. Thank you very much for all that you're doing and all that you keep doing at the university. It's really like a homecoming for me, even though it's virtually. So it's very nice to be able to connect back to Univen at this time. And I appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank everyone who has been part of this, especially the presenters and the speakers. So it's a privilege to actually speak alongside you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about an aspect of my research that I did in my lab in Bristol. So this will be a bit different from what everyone has been talking about. This will be about a development of P-power. So development of P-power, which is what we're doing to enhance sustainability in our lab. So, and I'll go through some of the development. In our lab, we're trying to make use of waste materials. So materials that are not useful that we can then make use of for the purpose of turn waste into wealth or waste to energy system, and that's the general idea. And we're going to be using some very interesting biological processes. So for this talk, the waste I'm going to be talking about is actually our fuel. And in this case, if you imagine our conventional urinal or a toilet, you know, we do our business there, but it's possible for us to actually get sun and then get electricity out of it. So we're cutting to energy. So what is that thing in the middle that helps us to actually do this? So that is where I come in as a biologist in this process.
Hello,
So
sir.
how does this happen? We use a process called microbial fuel cell.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, your line
Hello?
is a bit shaky, it's breaking.
Oh, should I speak a bit slower or how? I'm actually in the office.
Okay, it seems like network the strength is not really so much around where you are.
Oh,
But
okay, okay.
But it's kind of better now, so maybe you can speak a little bit slower.
Slower, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So we use a process called microbial fuel cell. A microbial fuel cell is basically a cell. It's like a battery, but in this case, it's microbial. So it's got biological component around it. So what are the components of a microbial fuel cell? We have a chassis, like a structure. We have an anode, just like a normal battery, and we have a cathode. And between the anode and the cathode, we have a membrane separator. So on the anode is where oxidation happens. So we have bacteria on the anode of the microbial fuel cell, and on the cathode is usually exposed to air to allow oxygen diffusion to occur. So these are the major components of microbial fuel cell. And imagine it like a normal battery with a cathode and an anode. But instead of having like a chemical in like a normal battery, here we're having powered the microbial fuel cell. So underneath here is an example of what a microbial fuel cell will look like. It's a basic, very basic thing. This can be done anywhere. This technology can be replicated in any part of the world. And one of the reasons this is this will suit the developing countries because of our temperature. Our room temperature is actually very good for bacteria and microbial growth and development. So that's one of the reasons why this technology could be a very interesting technology for us in the tropical environment. So how does it work? Let's look at the first part of the microbial fuel cell, which is the anode. That is where bacteria are grown, and the bacteria are attached to the wall, to the material. And in most of the time we use this material can be a carbon cloth or it can be a carbon veil, just materials with high surface area on it, where bacteria can actually sit in and stick to. So if we have our our chassis, which is usually a clay, so we use clay material to make like the chassis, and then we put this carbon cloth around it. On the carbon cloth, we can inoculate it with general bacteria. Usually these bacteria are natural occurring in the environment. So if we inoculate it and we feed them with a nutrient, these bacteria will digest this waste, and in the process, they release electrons and protons. And the key thing here is these bacteria are natural occurring, and they do this naturally. It's part of their metabolic reaction. So when they take up the waste in whatever, when they eat up, digest the waste in whatever we feed them with, they release electrons. These bacteria, we call them electroactive, so because they're able to release electrons as a byproduct of their metabolic reaction. So when this happens, the electron is getting moved from the anode to the cathode, and the more this happens, the more energy is generated, and we can actually use this energy to power some very low energy intensive appliances. So the better our feedstock, the more electroactive or electron degradation happens on the anode, the more power will generate on the to power whatever appliances we want to power. And this process can continue as long as we continue to feed these bacteria with waste, they continue to generate this energy until there's a depletion. So this is a form of bioremediation. So we are cleaning up the waste. We are also generating energy. It's a win-win situation for the environment and sustainability. So here is a demonstration that I did in the lab, and this can be done anywhere. This is just one single microbial fuel cell that we're using to power this wind motor. So as you can see there, that single microbial fuel cell is producing about 0.45 volts of electricity, which means that if we can put enough of this together, we can then generate we can double or triple or quadruple the amount of energy we can produce. And in this system here, we just have the microbial fuel cell that I described put inside of urine. And why do we use urine? Because urine is one of the most sustainable resource that we have. So we can never run out of urine, because as long as we have human beings or even animals, we'll have urine to use. And it's estimated that an average human being produces about 1 liter of urine per day. So we have about 7 more or less billion people on Earth. So imagine the quantity of urine we can produce on a daily basis. But currently, most of those are going into waste. But there's actually a good way on which we can use our urine, and one of the good ways is to use them in the microbial fuel cell system to generate energy. So I'll show you some of the projects we did with this system. Glastonbury Festival is the biggest festival in the whole of Europe. There are about 250,000 people that gather every year in June for music festival. So the festival then contacted our lab to see whether we can power some of their lightings in the festival. So they are trying to improve their own sustainability footprint. So what we did was install urinals. So normal urinal that you see in normal toilets, and then at the back of the urinal we have these cascades of microbial fuel cells. So when people come in to urinate into the microbial fuel cell, so when they urinate into the urinal, at the back of it, there are pipes to move the urine into the microbial fuel cell. And what happens as soon as they get into contact with the microbial fuel cell, the bacteria on the anode start to break down some of the materials in the urine, try to use up the waste in the urine to make it cleaner. And in the process, they release a lot of electrons, and we use this energy to charge batteries, and then transmit this energy to power LED bulbs, to power some of this display you can see here. We also even use them to charge mobile phones, because in the festival, it's actually in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle. It's very remote, so it's very hard to find a place to charge your phone. So we then can use the P that people are donating for us to generate electricity, and the same people can then use that to charge their mobile phones. And we've been doing this every year since the pandemic. And one of the ways this is just an illustration of how it happens. So you go to the loo, to the urinal, just give us 0.6 liters of urine. And what happens is that 0.6 liter, that's 600 mils of urine, we can use that to charge a mobile phone, and it will power the phone and you can use that phone to talk for like 3 hours. So imagine if you're lost in a desert place, or in a remote place where there is no electricity, where there is nothing you can use, and you have just one single microbial fuel cell. You can just wee in it, and then use that to charge your mobile phone and bring it back alive. And this is one of the innovative ways by which we can actually convert waste into energy. So to round off my talk, I'm going to talk about how we actually applied this. We took this process from the lab and took it directly into the community. So it's the first of its kind. It's the first demonstration that the system that works in the lab can actually work outside of the lab. So we selected this town. Is in the southwestern part of Uganda. The place is called Kisoro. And then this project was actually funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So they were very keen to do things for girls' education. So we chose Kisoro, which is in Africa and Uganda. And then we chose a girls' high school, and we chose a boarding school where students will stay overnight in the school, because that is when they will actually need power. They will need light at night. And in the community, the light is not, sometimes they can get electricity supply maybe once in a week. But what we're trying to do is actually to give them constant power. And we thought that one way to do this is to put in a microbial fuel cell. So myself and my team, we were flown down to Uganda. And then, because this was a girls' school, it was girls only. It was difficult to have just normal urinal. So what we had to do was to retrofit their urinals to make sure that we can actually separate the urine from the feces. So that was the first task. And then we had to have an elevation. If you look at the bottom left, bottom right picture, you see the urinals at the top, and then we have to build our system at the slope so that the system is actually gravity fed, so that we don't have to use any energy to pump or things like that. So as the girls use the urinal, as they use the toilet, urine comes through this pipe, as you can see at the top right, and goes into this microbial fuel cell cascade that you have at the middle. And because it's gravity fed, at the top of it, there's what we call the feeding mechanism. So the urine will come and fill the bowl. As soon as it gets to a certain volume, there will be a lever that will release to allow it to feed each of the microbial fuel cell boxes. And as the urine feeds the cells, the microbes on the cell, they eat up the waste. They use up the waste, they metabolize it and release electrons. And these electrons are then used to charge our battery. The battery is part of this installation. So we charge this battery, and then at night, we use what we call motion sensor. So there are 4 batteries, as you can see at the top graph here. There are 4 batteries. These batteries they charge and discharge based on they are used and used during the night. So at night the light comes on and the battery charge and discharge and charge and discharge, and the cycle continues. So and we have been able to power the food parts, all their toilet cubicles, and some of their reading rooms for a continuous period of 12 months without any maintenance required from us. So this, as long as the girls were using the toilet, the urine will go into our system. It will, the bacteria will use it. They will charge the battery. The battery will power the light, and this continued all through the time they were in school. But there were times when the children were not in school. For instance, when they go on holidays and everything goes down. The thing we found out that as soon as the student resumes, say after like a month of absence, there is nothing produced. But as soon as they get back after a month, what happens is the microbial fuel cells, they just stay dormant. And as soon as they get urine, they start working almost immediately. Within a space of 12 hours, they go back to producing about 4 voltage of power to power all of the LEDs in the school environment. So we found this as a very interesting project to showcase and to bring what we have done in the lab, bring it closer to the community and show that, okay, this can actually work in the community. And because the community, the environment, the temperature was ideal, the system was functioning continuously without fail. So what we found as part of the impact of this project is that the students felt safer. You know, they were able to read at any time. So they didn't have to limit their reading time to the afternoons or the mornings. So you can actually read at night because they will always have light. As long as the wee into the toilet, the light will always come on at night. And also they saw that's why they felt safer in the school environment. And some of the students we spoke to, they said they would like to have this system installed in their own, even their own home communities to provide them electricity. And many of the students really like the idea because we chatted with them. I spend like 1 hour every day to just tell the students, different group of students, how the process works and what the principles are behind it. And they were really keen to learn more of it. And so therefore the school and our lab already have a collaboration to inculcate some of the things that we do into their curriculum so that they can actually learn it. And the idea is for them to actually take ownership of it so that when they understand how it works and how it's produced and how it's made, they too can replicate it. And if anything goes wrong, they will be able to fix it. So many of the students are now determined to go into STEM subjects. So they want to study biology, they want to study the physics and chemistry, they want to become engineers and be able to actually do this when they grow up. So this is one of the impact of the project. So here is a photo of my team. At the middle there, in the bottom there, you see we have the headmistress of the school. Sorry, the principal, Madam Faith. And on the either side, there are some of my engineer colleagues who went with me to make the installation happen in Uganda. That will be the end of my talk today. I hope it stimulates your thinking, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you so much. It was spot on, straight on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's again kindly take our questions down. When after the section, we'll have another conversation again. So kindly write them or drop them at the comment section so you don't lose them. Thank you very much. So we'll be going straight to the next presenter now. Do we have Professor Harrison in the building?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have Professor Harrison Atagana. He is a professor of environmental biotechnology and Bioeducation, University of South Africa. He has over 30 years working experience as a professor, teaching with the university. He is also a fellow of the Royal Society of Biology. He has taught in 6 universities across Africa. So please join me, welcome Professor Harrison Otogona. Welcome, Prof. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. You're on now, sir.
Yeah. Can I share my slides?
Yes. Okay, you want me to share a slide for you, sir?
Oh, okay. I have an updated one that I will need to share.
Okay, you can share it, Prof.
Just 1 second, let me get out there.
For your phone number.
Please, can you
I'm struggling here. Okay. Oh, probably you need to share the one I sent to you because, okay, just 1 second.
try again? You'll be able to share now, sir.
Okay.
Just click on the share slide on your screen, green.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Okay, so
But I tried it before.
you should get it now.
Okay. Is it coming on?
Not seeing it yet.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be coming through. Okay, let's try again. Now it doesn't seem to be working. So probably you need to share the one I sent to you.
Okay. But you said you updated.
Okay, I think.
Okay.
Let's see. It looks like it's coming on. Okay, did it come on?
Yes, it did. Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Look at it.
Your slide is on now, Prof. You can start, sir.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Harrison Atagana. I'm at the University of South Africa in the Institute for Science for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability. I'm an alumnus of the University of Benin and particularly of the department hosting this conference. So I'm quite grateful that colleagues at the department are keeping the flag flying. Thank you so much, Professor Anoliefo and your team. The title of my presentation is Compost Bioremediation, a Sustainable and Affordable Technology for Remediating Contaminated Environment. Man and creativity. Creativity or creation has been the preoccupation of mankind for millions of years, since his arrival on the planet Earth. And this he has done in so many ways to make himself comfortable, and then conquering his environment by exhibiting high intellectual capabilities, using his intelligence to create tools around himself, to build structures for survival and for providing things for himself. He has been quite innovative. And this innovation has continued to be the principal defining or delimiting factor about the human race. This innovation is described as some form of ingenuity because he takes advantage of whatever is around him to create materials that he needs to use. So man, in a quest to do things, for example, to cross large expanse of water, to reach out to the heavens, to reproduce limitlessly, have food in abundance, protect himself, be territorial, live forever, conquer the domains of other species, even those of fellow human beings, and have utmost comfort, has ingeniously fashioned things around himself into implements and structures no other species have contemplated. For example, man has developed strategies to build homes, fantastic homes, sophisticated homes that gives him good lifestyle and comfort and convenience. He's built himself ships, he's provided clothing for himself, sophisticatedly built. I hope my slides are moving.
Yes, we are still on man and creativity.
Okay, the slides are apparently not moving as intended. Let me see how I can do that.
Okay, just move.
Okay, just moved, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm saying man has developed a lifestyle for himself, a lifestyle of comfort and convenience. He's built himself sophisticated homes to protect himself from the environment and from other species and from even fellow human beings. He's developed clothing for himself to cover himself up, which he has made from different conceivable materials, natural materials, and even mineral resources. He's built ships, he's built aeroplanes to fly, and he driving fast cars. All these materials and creation revolves around the use of energy. And this energy that he uses, he has been able to harness from materials from the environment. Materials for making clothes, materials for energy, and all that he has been able to develop. Man has learned to float on water for days on end. These machines that float on water use huge amounts of energy, and this energy he harnesses from the environment. He flies high using huge amounts of energy. He drives in fast cars using energy. So we say that the quest to become comfortable has been at the expense of the environment because he uses energy to do all this. And in attempt to do this, the exploitation of oil, I want to limit my talk to generation of waste from oil and related materials, fossil fuels. Oil, in generating energy from oil, exploitations will take place, explorations, refining, transportation. All these processes are prone to generating waste, and huge amounts of waste are generated that at the end of the day, materials are left in the environment unable to be managed by the environment. Natural attenuation would naturally mean that materials in the environment will be degraded by natural processes, microorganisms in the environment, and all other organisms that are prone to use these materials. However, the rate at which we put these materials in the environment indicates that the materials cannot be degraded at the speed at which we add them. So the consumption of energy is become very high because population continues to increase. After the First and the Second World War particularly, the internal combustion engine was created. A lot of effort was put into harnessing energy from fossil fuels to drive this internal combustion engine, particularly petroleum, which has become more popular than coal. Coal was originally a menace, but petroleum has become a bigger menace today. So the process of generating and utilizing different energy types results in environmental contamination. And until the publication of the Silent Spring and recent activities by environmentalists like David Attenborough and the likes of them, nobody thought about going back to use safe and not easy to harness, but relatively safe type of energy, such as wind, water, solar energy, biomass, and so on. People didn't think of that. So it continued to be convenient to use oil because oil was readily available. Most parts of the earth has huge amounts of oil pumped and refined and continue to burn fossil fuels in that manner. So our continued dependence on coal and oil is inevitable because if we consider the devastation from nuclear power plants such as the Chernobyl in the old Soviet Union and Fukushima in Japan, and also the inadequate technologies that we have for harnessing solar and wind energy, and of course the poor buy-in by governments on solar energy because they're not too sure of what's going to happen and they don't want to invest in such technologies. And the fluctuation in water supplies for hydroelectric power generation, we just see that the future of these new technologies may probably not be rosy. So it means that the entire world might continue to depend on oil and coal. A few years ago, before the advent of before the advent of the new set of governments in the United States, that is supposed to be the pioneer of these discussions, deliberately did not want to sanction the use of coal. And on their part, opened up more and more exploitation for oil. At a point in time, began investing in oil sand projects in Texas and quite a number of places in the United States, which means there was that adamant that the production of greenhouse gases was not part of the business in that part of the world, because the dependence on these materials meant that the economy will continue to thrive. So if we continue to use fossil fuels, particularly petroleum, then it means we have to have more exploitation and more exploration of fossil fuels. If we have to build more refineries, we have to have more distribution facilities, and then these activities generally will lead to the generation of more waste in the form of spent drill mud, waste refinery sludge, used engine oil, underground fuel leaks, spillage from accidental pipeline failures, road tanker accidents, and so on. So we are prone to having environmental pollution at all times if we continue to do this. Spent drilling mud has been quite a challenge in oil fields. Probably we do not see it as a big challenge because it's kind of limited to oil fields. It doesn't come to where we are. If you talk about spent drilling mud, a lot of people wouldn't even understand what you're saying. But what we are looking at is a very dangerous material coming from drilling, all the materials pumped into the earth to open up the wells for the drilling of, for accessing the oil, comes out and it's such a mess. A huge amount of mud mixed with chemicals, poisonous chemicals, and so on. This becomes a menace because many a time it's pumped into the ocean, sometimes into wetlands and so on. So it becomes a big challenge to everyone. Oil slicks are found almost in the Niger Delta everywhere. I happen to have visited some of them in the Niger Delta in Nigeria, and I have visited some others outside Nigeria. It's quite a nightmare. And looking at this picture, you can see bird coated in oil completely. You can see the mess it causes around the place. These materials will sit down on earth undegraded. They are generally toxic. Many of them are carcinogenic, or many components of them are very carcinogenic and mutagenic, as a matter of fact. And when this is allowed to stay for the protracted time it will stay on the environment, because it's not going to be degraded easily, we see a challenge in the degradation of the environment and the lifestyle of the people and all that. So there are there's a list of the different types of wastes that emanate from the oil refinery and gas purification systems across the world. Gas flaring, putting huge amounts of carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and all that into the air. I happen to have visited quite a number of places in the Niger Delta. Again, the number of gas flares you find is just unbelievable. So like I mentioned earlier, these materials to the human health can be carcinogenic. It can be mutagenic. It can result in developmental toxicity, reproductive toxicity, acute toxicity, all kinds of toxicity that you can mention in human health. Ecologically, it can damage the environment. It creates toxicity in the environment that materials and plants and animal life are endangered. It is persistent, it stays for almost forever because degradation is rather slow. Animals bioaccumulate them so that even plants and animals that we eat tend to get these materials into their system, thereby creating problems. I just quickly flash back to the pollution of mercury in Bermuda sometime that was reported that all the barracuda species in Bermuda were heavily laden with mercury, that everybody that ate barracuda in the area got infected by mercury poisoning. And the aesthetic value, you see the pictures I showed earlier, the environment becomes defaced, is degraded, natural vegetation is affected, is destroyed, accessibility is reduced. So the environment is generally very poorly, very badly damaged. And a number of remediation technologies have been developed: thermal desorption, thermal destruction, soil washing, and a host of them have been used. Many of them are quite challenging in the sense that they cost more money, they require very expensive technologies and sophisticated technology that probably people in the third world and in less privileged countries may not be able to buy. And of course, biological remediation technologies have also developed over time, land farming and so on. And at some point in time, people discovered that composting, this thing that we have been doing almost since we came to Earth, may be useful. And the whole idea is that the compost is a natural process, it's a biological process, and it degrades materials using biological principles. And at the end of the day, the end product is less toxic than what you can find in any other degradation process. So composting, the process which uses natural materials to break down whatever is in the environment, is what we have decided to be using in our labs in the past few years. The attraction is this: there's a lot of microorganisms present in compost. There's a lot of nutrients. There's a lot. The temperature range is very wide to accommodate a wide range of organisms. Now, the other point is that the temperature range provides avenue for oil to break down as long as the organisms continue to reproduce and generate heat, because it's the organisms that generate the heat. So it relies on the actions of and interactions of consortia of organisms present in the system. Composting has become generally accepted because people have come to know that it works. People are also using, I'm happy the earlier speaker was talking about microbial fuel cell, which we are also trying to introduce into our composting system, harnessing the energy generated in the composting system to produce electricity. That is being done as we speak, and the prospect is very good. So composting is an obligate aerobic and thermophilic process. And the composting process is characterized by these things I mentioned earlier: large amount of organic material, large amount of large numbers of microorganisms, large nutrient base, and a wide range of temperatures. Looking at this compost process, you'll find that the temperature range is quite wide. Starting in this one, it starts from 20 degrees Celsius, rising up to 70 something. Sometimes you can easily hit 80 degrees if the compost is very effective or it's working well. And thereafter, once the compost is generated, it begins to drop. It means that the nutrient base or the organic material present in the system is being depleted, and the temperature will begin to drop, which signifies one, death of organisms, and only a particular set of organisms, particularly the mesophilic ones, will continue to be present in the system. So compost bioremediation uses these principles in treating materials. Now, the attraction with organic pollutant is that these organic pollutants have organic matters that organisms in the compost system can easily adapt to using. Once they are put in the system, or once the organic materials are put in the system, the compost organisms naturally will try to adapt to them. Initially, there will be a drop in the population of organisms, and over time, once they adapted, the population peaks and the temperature will peak. It's very important to note that if the temperature continues to rise, there will be huge death of organisms, and that needs to be controlled. That's why in many times you find compost engineers introduce a kind of air spurging system into compost to cool down the system so that the population of mesophilic organisms continue to be maintained in the system. As a typical composted mass within the matrix, you will find that this is almost like manure, and you will have very little toxic materials present in it. These are typical compost bins. These are compost bins one of my students used in degrading crude oil sludge, which worked out very well. I'll show some of the results later. This is a typical composting bin that is there's pipes introduced into it to spurge the system with air. And these are different simple home composts for garden wastes. So some examples of results we obtained from composting I will show to us now. This is composting of hydrocarbon, total petroleum hydrocarbon from creosote, and the degradation was wonderful. Now the question is, would we just compost ordinary oil sludge or creosote directly? It will not work because the toxicity of creosote or oil sludge is so high that compost cannot manage. Compost organisms will die. So what we do is mix the oil sludge or creosote with compostable materials like animal manure, garden waste, and so on. So this shows the results of different types of compostable materials mixed with creosote. And at the end of the day, the degradation was wonderful, although it varies from one material to another. This is also the removal of high molecular weight PAH during composting. It worked out very well. It took quite a while, about 10 months, but at the end of the day, the reduction was faster than what we obtained from our ordinary land farming processes. And this is also another one which worked out very well. Here is also a group of PAHs that were reduced very well in a compost system. We play around with the organisms so well because we want to understand what organisms are present in the compost matrix and how they survive and why they survive and who they are exactly. Are they organisms that are capable of degrading hydrocarbons, and do we have history of their activities? I will show more of that as we go on, what we have done in that area. Apart from bacteria and the actinomycetes, we have also recovered quite a bit of a variety of fungi in our compost systems. These are contaminations. These are creosote contaminations in a landfill, in a creosote treatment plant that we had to work on for a period of about 2 years. This oil sludge, and this is a huge compost, system that is being managed. This picture was just showing the first compost ever done by a Frenchman who harnessed electricity from compost the first time. So at the moment, we all know that composting can break down hydrocarbons in soil. But we can also employ composting in water treatment. So wastewater treatment these days, we are looking at using compost stormwater filters in treating stormwaters. They have the capacity to remove particulate materials from the water. They have the capacity to break down microorganisms. And as a matter of fact, you use close to no energy in running this. That's also another stormwater filter. Recently, one of my students developed a cocktail of organisms from a compost matrix that has the ability to stay on shelf for a protracted period of time. The idea was to develop a biological slurry or powder that can be used, can be applied to oil spill sites or to oil sludge, and the organisms can just activate and start breaking down the materials. The student worked on this and last year graduated with a PhD in this material. He has developed this material, and we are guarding the technology jealously because he is looking at applying for a patent for the final product. It's a very interesting one in the sense that the material can stay beyond 1 year on shelf before application, and it has been shown to break down PAHs from oil sludge very rapidly. When he was developing this material, he used maize cobs. He ground maize cobs because we were looking for a base to distribute the microorganisms got from the compost. So he used the maize cob and distributed the organisms on the surface of the maize cob, which created an avenue for the microorganisms to be sustained for a long period in granular form on shelf. These ones stayed for a very long time on shelf and could be used after more than 2 years. The slurries are also very useful because they could stay on shelf for a long time before they can be applied. These are some of the results obtained from his work, and they indicated that a whole lot of organisms are obtained from the compost system that have the capability to break down oil sludge. This graph just shows the level of operational taxonomic units, the numbers obtained from each of his compost systems, because he used poultry manure, which is labeled as PM there, horse manure, chicken manure, the pig manure we labeled as SM because we have already labeled the other one as poultry, a PM for poultry manure, and then the control. It shows the amount of the diversity of organisms that can be obtained in all these composting systems. So having found out that there's so much organisms in the compost system that have the capability to break down hydrocarbons and related materials, we started wondering, of all the hydrocarbon breaking organisms that people have identified in different labs across the world, which ones are the prominent ones found in the compost matrix? So we resorted to using metagenomic analysis to look at the compost matrix to identify the organisms and show exactly what is present. So this is one result of the metagenomic analysis, indicating the genera that are present, and we were able to match them with previously identified organisms that break down hydrocarbons, and then relate the genes of these organisms to those ones that have been found. So we now have a good gene mapping of the materials present in the compost matrix. This is actually the tree of the organisms present in one of our compost systems. So the compost biofilter that we are now trying to develop for wastewater treatment is an interesting one. It's a new one we have just started, a new project we have just started. We're going to be looking at mine wastewater using compost biofilter infused with nanomaterials. These compost materials, this biofilter is designed to take away particulate materials from mine wastewater, and it will also break down chemicals like cyanides commonly used in gold mining and iron mining, which is very popular in South Africa. And we are also looking at trying it out on municipal waste as well, because a lot of chemicals show up in municipal waste, and that might help quite a bit. So the advantages of compost bioremediation, I would say that it's sustainable because the materials are readily available, they are not expensive, they are effective. It's green in the sense that it does not produce a byproduct. You don't need chemicals to fire it up. You don't need to generate electricity to support it and all that. So it's quite affordable, and it has a lot of advantage over other methods of remedy, other remediation technologies. And of course, it can be adapted to different types of organic materials that you find in the environment. So you can decide to model it. Sometimes people introduce a little bit of alkalinity to keep the pH to a particular level so that you don't go into the acid zone, allowing organisms to work quite effectively in the system. So that's the business of our labs in the last 5 years, and quite a number of papers have been published. So if you go onto my website, you will find a host of these papers that have been published, and you can read them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much. It was quite an interesting one. Thank you very much. Prof, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm grateful. There are questions already for you, but I'll still hold them.
Okay.
So we could take them after the last presenter. So our last presenter, Dr. Emoido, are you in the building, sir? Hello, doctor. I saw you earlier.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Wedo speaking.
Yeah, good to meet you, sir. Good to see
Thank you. Yeah.
Your section starts now, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. Do you want to settle in for a while, sir?
Just a moment, please. Let me try to.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, I think at this point, I want to take one of the questions for. Please, can you mute, please? Can you mute, please? Please, can you mute that person? Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll wait for Dr. Emoido to get ready for us. I'd just like to read this great innovation from Dr. Tosan. Indeed, there's no scarcity of cerebral scientists, researchers, and innovators in Africa. What is it then that is holding the continent down from leading the rest of the world with the abundant human and natural resources available to us? The answer is not far-fetched, as those whom we threw up for elective and political leadership position are worse of us. Until we Africans begin to present educated, Afro-optimistic or Afrocentric individuals, not just miseducated personalities who are fifth colonists who could rather kick in defense of our. Hello, Doc. Doctor, are you ready now, sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm having. Can you use what I say to you, please?
Okay, we should share the slides from here.
Because
okay, sir.
We'll work on the mark final.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. You can just start. We'll quickly work on that and we'll send it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Crossdale Emoido, PhD, and I'm from Western Delta University, Uganda. I have to let you know that I'm a social scientist. So I do not pretend to speak and think like a scientist, though my better half is, and is very well known to the department, the University of Benin. However, my presentation right now is going to be different from what you have seen before. The reason is that in the social sciences, if you make statements, you support them with references that the researches that have been done on that project before, except it's a pioneering work, you are the first to do it. And if you talk about the Niger Delta, no one can say, yes, I have not done it, not have been done in any area of the Niger Delta before, because for over 50 years, it has been a series of concern to most researchers, both in the sciences and in social sciences. As a matter of fact, it was the social scientists that first of all started looking at what is happening in the Niger Delta before the scientists started coming up to find a way to solve the problems that have been unearthed by the social scientists. So the title of my work is Natural Resources Extraction, Sustainable Environment, and Women's Sustainable Livelihood women learning vulnerability in the Niger Delta experience. Now, if you go to slides like that, this introduction, we know that oil for 5 decades have been the mainstay of the Nigerian economy. And I have put so many references there. And besides oil, we know Nigeria is the 6th largest oil producer in the world. Nigeria is said to have more reserve of gas also than the oil reserves that we have. Oil reserves will last about 40 years, whereas the gas reserves will last for about 120 years at the last estimate by the DPRO estimate for 2021. Now, the Niger Delta has several definitions. Sometimes it's defined as the 9 oil producing areas. That's first of all as Upper Deck, and later NDDC, Act 1991. However, the Colonial Office defined the Niger Delta even before this came out, and by the Colonial Office, which is also supported by DK, the first digital vice of Ibadan, in 1956, Willis Commission 1958. That commission was set up in 1956 and submitted their report in 1958. They defined the Niger Delta as the area bounded by the Benin River in the west, Imo River in the east, Abo in the north, and South Point, that's the northernmost, the last landmark of the Atlantic Ocean at Akasa in Bayelsa State. That is, the Niger Delta is actually made of today of 3 states: Bayelsa, Delta, and Rivers. And that is where my project, this paper is based. The oil industry defined the Niger Delta as all the areas from Odo area down to Imo, where they were exploiting for oil as at that time. And that definition was in 1967. By that time, in 1967, you can see the other references I made earlier before predated their own definition. So now, what is the situation of the oil extraction and energy environment? What's the relationship between oil extraction and vulnerability? We know that the environment is the complex physical, chemical, biotic factors that act upon an organism or an ecological community and ultimately determines its form and survival. In other words, no man, no organism can survive without an environment. So that is why you have ecology and all those things that says, okay, when you go to an area, this is what you get. Man surpasses all other organisms. We transcend all areas. So we use the environment to our advantage, farming, fishing, and otherwise. So, however, that is the human well-being is determined by the environment in which he lives. Man as the environment, take the human being out, and there's nothing left. Now, so when the environment is degraded, there is a problem. Please, can you go to, I'll pass this slide you're discussing, please. This still go down. I'm at the slide, that theoretical framework.
Okay, so
theoretical framework. And you just pass it now. Now, a lot of oil is produced in the Niger Delta in large quantity. Export started in 1958, but since then, oil production has hovered around 2.42 million barrels on a daily basis. I have shown here a slide, table 1, showing oil production right from 1958 to 2007. You may want to ask why 2007. By 2007, we all know men took over the area. And because of that, oil production activities was actually stored. Indeed, more oil was left inside the ground than was produced. So because of that, the records are very, very sparse. That's why I stopped at the 2007, where the records exist for everybody. However, the environment has been impacted by hydrocarbons extraction in the area because of 2 things, or 3 rather. 1, oil pollution from spillages, gas flaring. Now the gas flaring, people have said it affects the environment, and there are several references there. And there's no. Please. Please go to slide 8. Please go to slide 8. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me, please?
that's where you are, sir. Slide 8 is on the screen. Sir.
Yeah, okay, slide 8. Now, the problem is that the DPRO said about over 3 million barrels were spilled into the environment. That is DPRO figure. And then, of course, you know what that means. Out of that figure that was spilled, only about 500,000, over 5 something barrels was recovered from the environment. The rest was lost to the environment. Now, I've shown some plates there, some 3 plates there, 3, 1, 2, 3, all showing 1, oil, a part of oil on the mangrove ecosystem. And then the hand you see there is a white man, Amnesty Research Officer, who recorded that picture. And of course, this next picture, that's a cassava farm that's impacted by oil pollution, and it's also recorded by Amnesty International. Now, with the hydrocarbon as it's coming up, this it has had serious effect on the environment. These ones have effect on 1, food production, fish catch, and everything. And so at the end of the day, what has happened is that the people have been systematically disengaged from their traditional mode of livelihoods. So that is, there are several reports. I'll just show there the next slide. Now, we talked about the gas reserve all right before, but what is to be noted here, this very slide, is that the gas is fled from 134 points in the Niger Delta. And this is as seen from space, 134 points. Out of the 134, 131 are onshore. Only 2 are offshore in Akwa Ibom State. The final paper we sent to them contains every locality where the oil, where gas is fled, and the number of flaring points in that particular locality. So, if you move to table 3, you see the volume of gas fled, what is produced, what is fled. Table 3, because 2 pages, continues. And then table 4 shows the various areas, only in Delta State, where gas is fled, and the volume that is fled. What volume produced, the volume utilized, then the quantity fled. And of course, the percentage of what is fled is there. So that's why sometimes you are in the Niger Delta proper. There is no night. Even though everywhere is dark, there's supposed to be a moon that is not from the earth, but is hanging in outer space. Those are the results of a gas flare. Now, I have also shown some gas flare sites. If you look at the first picture there, plate 1 there, that you will realize that the gas flare point is very, very close to a habitable community. This particular is from River State, a community in River State. And you can see what women do in the Niger Delta with the gas flare. Please note that there are 2 types there. The one that is up into the pipe, and then the other one that is down. There's a 3rd one which has embankment. That is the best, but it takes more money to be constructed. So they are concerned, the oil companies, as far as they are concerned, let us just let the gas. It does not matter how it affects the people. But if you look where the woman is dry cassava, tapioca, you will notice that there is no soil in that very place. And then you see another one, two small boys, though from afar, also warming themselves by a gas flow point. Please, right now, I'm in slide 22. There's no time, so a lot of time have been wasted. I'm trying to rush it as much as possible. The problem is that why this one is so is that the oil companies, their operational ethics is very, very different from what happens in other climes, especially in Europe and America. Not even in the third world countries like Saudi Arabia or Iraq or Libya do they do what they do in Nigeria. I think the problem may not be connected with the fact that the Nigerian state depends solely on hydrocarbon resources to run the state. So the oil companies haven't taken advantage of this or leverage of this very fact, have tended to behave the only way they like, without consideration to the environment or the people who inhabit the area. So pipelines are constructed 4 feet above the ground, and they pass through villages, and of course, they have also caused a lot of fire disasters that killed several persons. The worst fire disaster in this country was the one at Jesse in 1998 that killed over 1,098 persons. Most of them women with children strapped to their backs. Shit. If you look at the picture, the one for the fire, the last 3 pictures for the gas side, the last one there, which is on slide 26, you will see those black moles you are seeing are human beings that are burnt beyond recognition. Now, an auxiliary problem is the fact that the oil industry, without pollution or gas flaring, has problems for agricultural practices in the region because, based on its topography, the land is scarce. As scarce as still is land for agriculture, arable land for agriculture. But so much land is sequestered for the oil companies for oil production. If you look at table, let's look at table 6. You will see that is page 28. You will see the land that is required for helipads, everything about for one oil well to be maintained. And this one is an example from Okrika in River State, which typifies the Niger Delta, the whole of the Niger Delta area. Those who live outside the oil producing areas do not have this experience. They don't feel different, they don't feel anything. But those there, yes, they wear the shoe and they know where it pinches. Now, the problem is this. All these things have specific impact on women. The reason is simple. Women are the sustainers of the environment, especially rural women. I'm not talking about those who wear suits in the office or lecture in the various departments in the universities. They have been liberated from their counterparts in the rural areas, who are actually more than those who are in the cities. Those people eke out their living from the environment. It is from the environment they do everything. So once the environment has been so polluted as it's were, both by oil spillages, then the gas flare, and what is removed for oil activities, they are left with little or nothing. Women in Niger Delta do not inherit land, so it is difficult for them to have land, except through their brothers or to their wife, to their husbands. Now, in a situation where the husband is dead, or the brothers are dead because of the conflict that developed the area for some years, it means that most women have nothing to do but to rely on the communal areas owned by everybody to eke out a living. And this has economic impact on women in the Niger Delta. Pollution destroy oil-bearing practices, gas rain destroy nutrients leading to poor yields. But these ones are actually not a problem. The major problem, as a matter of fact, we all know this what will happen, is what is paid when you farm And then what happens? This go to please page 31. You farm and then before harvest, everything is destroyed. The oil company workers will come and pay you stipends for what you could have really realized if you had the something had matured and you harvested and sold them. That is where the economic impact for women actually comes from, where they feel it the most. And that will explain why we're the first to take up the gauntlet with the oil companies, beginning in Ogarati in 1978, before the Ekpan women riot, and then the riot at Ughelli, all against the oil company. Why the men were sleeping, women were fighting because they wear the shoe and they know where it pinches. They bear the blunt of the rural women, bear the blunt of oil extraction in the area that impact on the environment. Now, there's health impact. I showed you a picture of children who were warming themselves. They breathe in the suits. And children are more susceptible to air pollution than adults because their breathing zone is lower than that of adults. They are lower. And because of that, they feel the impact more. Several millions of results shown the impact of polluted air on children. And when children, when the children get sick, in the national data, when they get sick, it is the women that take them to the hospital. They care for them. The husbands stay at home. So they care for them. And when the women are caring for children, it means that they cannot live. Even to feed the children becomes very, very difficult. For those of you, University of Benin, walk down to UBTH and look at the walls, the corridors, outside the walls. See, look at why you see a man with a mat waiting for somebody. They are always women, either young or old. In the Niger Delta, that is their main task. Now, so illness inhibits a women's ability to be able to generate funds and also to feed their family. And of course, it also leads to what? Kwashiorkor. And then another thing is that men, being what they are, they use the excuse of women absent from the house at the hospital and then to look for another wife, a concubine, or to say, okay, marry another one. Those are what takes place where women are out of the home. Now, if you look at table 8 and table 9, you will see that table 8, in the Niger Delta, in fact, for most African men, a male child will sustain the family. It's one that carries the family name forward. So if you give birth to 10 children, that will be an excuse to man to marry as many wives as possible. So for one to produce a male child. So imagine where a male child dies. The man does not blame the oil companies. He blames the woes on the woman. So the woman has only one male child. He has there, you have 4 girl child. You marry another one. And continue to marry until somebody produces a male child. So if you look at the table down, that's the table on page 23, you realize that male child die more in the Niger Delta than the female child. Now, if you look at page table 9, she tells you the hospital records of what in the Niger Delta. Now, my elder brother from another mother from the East, Professor Alelefo, mentioned something when he was talking. The fact that the oil companies need to have community officers, you discuss with them. The truth is this, that can never happen. EIS are given out, but they are given to people who do not understand the work, who can write the report they wish to hear. They will not give it, for example, an IA to report, to write for share, will never give it to him, not in this lifetime, not in another lifetime. Because he's conscious from our line to collect money and write what they want to hear. So they will not give it to him. But if you look around the university there, you realize there are people who are not even don't do anything about the area. They have been contractors to share. What do they contract? They write EIS for the right reports for them that suit their EIS, and they give them money and they go back. In other words, people who can easily betray the tautology of their profession, of their education. That's what they give it to. And if you look, Professor Atagana also showed pictures lurid pictures of what is done by the oil companies in the Niger Delta. You say, I have glossed over that, I did not even bother to look at it, because the truth is that it is infinitesimal compared to what the three mentioned, what was mentioned has impacted on the Niger Delta. So what is the way forward? The way forward is simple. Please, I'm on the concluding slide. The way forward is simple. The government of the day must diversify the economy and then realize that life cannot depend on oil alone. Maybe the climate change effect that is coming out of other major countries who are actually the main consumers of our oil is not trying to fight against. If they can do that, and then we will retrench from oil to other alternative energy, maybe it's only that time that we have a breather in the Niger Delta. So long as the Nigerian government continue to depend on oil and oil alone, there's no way forward for us. That is the way I see it, and I think that is where it is. What is forward? Based on Professor Atagana's research, and Professor Lelefo has done some work in the Ogoni area about bear remediation. This is what the only way to help us is for scientists to come out to say, okay, if we do this, then the soil can be saved. Because it takes about over 20 years for an impacted soil to become useful for agriculture again. Maybe that way we can do something. But there's another problem. They should not look about soil, they should look about the water. Because if an impacted stream a flowing stream is impacted, how do you remediate it? Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes. So there are social impacts which I don't want to talk about it. Just it's almost the same thing. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the narrow view on the Niger Delta. Thank you for taking us into that space and opening our minds to all that are happening and is still happening around that area. There's a question for you specifically, sir. And the question is, please, what are the factors that make us lose more male children than female? And at what age? That's the question.
5 years. Male children below 5 years. Incidentally, this particular report that the table I put there the research was carried out by Professor Ransome Kuti, late Professor Ransome Kuti, former Minister of Health in Nigeria, Fela Kuti's elder brother. Himself and other people carried out this research some time ago.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Tosin, I believe you heard the response from him. And if we have other questions, quickly, I'd like to take them now. It's just a pity that we have all this going on amidst the. Okay, someone is asking again. It was asking, okay, the question is the factors. You answered just one part of it, which has to do with the age. The factor affecting the death. I don't know if you have an answer to that, sir. The factors.
Yeah. Now, when I was talking, I made reference to the breathing age of children. Like I said, I'm not a scientist. I'm only relying on what I have read. From what I have read, when air is polluted, those taller adult people can easily the air starts to sink down, and that is where it's concentrated, is where children are, because they are very little. So it affects them more than adults. But that is not to say that everybody in Nigeria is not affected, because the full report you will see, I made reference to so many things, various research have been conducted, and the impacts of various ages in the Niger Delta. I brought this one for children simply because of the fact that our importance we place on the male child. It is difficult for a Nigerian, a rich man, and even educated, to just rely on the girl child alone. Say that's the only person I have. No way. There must be one to say that the progenitor will carry the family then forward. That is it. That is the reason even in the townships we have what you call, they don't call them concubines or second wife, they call them side chicks. They call them projects. They call them reference papers. The same name for the same thing. Our forefathers had concubines and first or second or third or fourth wives, as the case may be. It's the same thing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, there's another question again, and from the same person is asking, could it be that, okay, you already explained that you're not a researcher anyway, but it's what you have read. And but the person just asks, is it because that the boys play outside more compared to the
Of
girls?
course, with the picture I showed, it was not girls, it was boys. The warming themselves by the gas flare points. It is boys. Now that could be a reason. Yes, that's a use for women stay the traditional mode of life. Women spend more time with their mothers in the kitchen. While boys spend more time playing outside when it's time for food. Hey, Junior, food is ready. Come and eat. Period.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you. So Dr. Obata, I think you want to pick up this this research and see how we can further strengthen the findings that Mr. Emodi talked about. Thank you very much for the information so far. We are grateful. So thank you very, very much. So
thank you very much.
I'd like to ask if William Edet is still in the house. Are you still here, sir? Hello, is William Edet still
Please
in the...
confirm that you are moving to the next paper. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Please confirm that you are moving to the next paper.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
William Edet, are you still here? Okay. While we wait for him, I'd like to walk.
I had a question. I was typing a question for Rosemuedo.
Okay, sir.
Can he?
You can just ask the question, sir.
Okay. Rosemuedo, you know, the problem in the Niger Delta, part of it is that there are the CDC, the Community Development Group, that usually come during stakeholders meeting. How can we strengthen the resolve of these people to be home friendly and to respect the cosmovision of the African mentality? And how can we also improve the sincerity of this group to properly represent the people they are out there to speak for in the stakeholders meeting? Let me add a proverb there. It is said that, okay,
Prof,
go ahead. Yeah.
It is stomach infrastructure. It's because of stomach infrastructure. They represent their pockets, but they come in the name of the community. I don't know if you hear me, sir.
I'm very loud and clear, but something has to be done.
Sir, sometimes the traditional rulers are actually at the arrowhead of the exploitation of their people.
I know.
You remember, you forgotten what happened at Ereni?
I know. The traditional ruler was killed.
And then left on the road for 3 months.
Yes.
Nobody could touch the corpse. But
one was divided into two by 2 vehicles. Was thrown into 2.
Why do you think that youth took over, became so militant in the Niger Delta? The elders were supposed to be represented, they were representing themselves. You record the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Network.
Dr. Mado, we can hear you.
Oh God. Hello.
Okay, we just thank you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, sir.
That is the reason the youth became so militant in the Niger Delta. Elders were represented for years, but they were representing their pockets, not the people. Record that there was a meeting when Obasanjo just came into power, at a PTI with Niger Delta elders. At the end of the meeting, they told Obasanjo, we've heard what you said. We are going back to brief our youths. Let us hear what they want to say. And Obasanjo said, how can you have people who elders reporting to their youths? The reason is that they were told before they went there, if you like, koto to what he has said, collect money, but your children, they are with us, period. So that is because that was the reason they used to cover the environment, to become so militant. That's the reason. They were representing themselves in the name of the people, but everything collected goes to the people. That's the reason. But the question is, in an economy that is lying prostrate, when can we get people like you, sir, to represent the people? Or it's not that that's not your producing, your area is not all you're producing. So that's the problem.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much. This has been very informative. Thank you very much. Okay,
yeah, I
so
appreciate, thank you.
We'll take more questions as they come in. But at this point,
I'm still on.
Okay, great. That's fine, sir.
Yeah, I'm still on, very much on, yeah.
So we'll take more questions. But while we wait for the questions to come up, I'd like to welcome Dr. Beckley.
Give me water, give me some water to
for a communique. Please, Dr. Beckley.
Okay. At this juncture, we would want to try to wrap up by getting the views of participants in this conference, because we will need these views to eventually draft a communique. Because if you recall, one of the participants had made a statement, I think yesterday, when he said that this conference would have been for nothing if we were not able to draft up something that would be, put together and sent to policymakers. So at this juncture, we will need summary statements from both speakers and participants. So please, you can just indicate by raising your hand. Well, you know how to do that on Zoom, so that I ask that you be unmuted and then maybe make a statement that you think would necessarily fit into this communique drafting session. So the ball is now in our court. So it's open both to the presenters for today and the speakers for yesterday and today, and also those who participated for both days.
Dr. Omoedo is raising his hand.
Okay, Dr. Omoedo, please. Dr. Omoedo.
Please, Prof, he needs to unmute. He needs to unmute.
Sorry, please. We are not short of ideas. We have the ideas everywhere. I saw the array of presentation and what people have demonstrated. But the question is, how do we domicile those technology here? I think the only person who has the capacity to domicile those technology is the federal government, and maybe a state government in the oil producing area. Because those things, from all indication, they're very expensive. But without the help of policymakers, full support to say, okay, let us do this, nothing can be done. What is missing is a can-do spirit. Individuals have the ideas. Yes, it can't not taken, it will die with them. They will end up mere conference presentations like what has just happened. The bridge, water will pass under the bridge, everything will go. Then years later, somebody said so years back. That's what will happen. Except if maybe University of Benin can, the VC can interface with the agencies of government to look at what has happened here and what can be done. Certainly, EBRL group on its own will not be able to do. Even the communique, no matter how sweetening it is, will become nothing if you just put on somebody's table. There must be somebody to push it and say, please look at it. Except that is done. It is Georgia throughout. Thank you.
What would you suggest? Suppose we were to put something up for the purpose of policy making. We want to, yes. What would you suggest?
Well, pick the key presentations, because most of them, they are the ones dealing with pollution, the cities and everything. But what we really have that is causing major problem even to the world is the situation of the Niger Delta. So those key presentations that addresses the issue in terms of research, what can be done in the laboratory and outside the laboratory, should be sold to policymakers. See whether they can tap into it. So that is where you should come from. Present it. Do the research. This is what this conference has shown. This is what happening. But these are the various researches that can address it. Which one will you want us to pursue? Which one do you recommend for us? Which one will you want to take? Let us, so that we can do it. Let us marry words with action. That's the only way.
Thank you very much, sir. We have two hands, Engineer Dr. Ohimo and Mazi Agomo. Professor Atangara is also ready. So please, could we start first with Mazi Agomo?
Yes, thank you so much. And I must say it is a great honor, a privilege at once to attend this conference. I had just something done, and I would like to read from what I've written, and I think I sent that to the chat, platform. Yes, I said, indeed, there is no scarcity of cerebral scientists, researchers, and innovators in Africa. Then what is it that is holding the continent down from leading the rest of the world with abundant human and natural resources available to us? The answer is not far-fetched, as those we throw off for elective and political leadership positions are the worst of us. Until we Africans begin to present educated Afro-optimists or Afro-centric individuals for elective positions and not miseducated personalities who are fifth columnists, who will rather kick in defense of our SY colonizers, who will continue to be entrenched in inept governance. We are now governed by those who do not believe in our products enough to support the innovators and patentees. These are leaders who would rather choose to be Eurocentric, Americocentric, Arabocentric, and lately Sinocentric. These leaders have forgotten that no matter how they try to please the white man, he still sees them as slaves from a conquered territory. Now, I want to, the last speaker, Professor, Emwedo, and if I am to, translate that, in English, because though I'm an Igbo man, but I was born and brought up in Delta in Robo land. So, and I want to believe that's a Robo name. Emwedo means, yes, Emwedo means things of the noise.
Exactly, something that causes noise.
Things that causes noise.
Noise
So,
brings about quarrel.
yes. So I want to enjoin, the leadership of this group to ensure that what we have done in 2 days here, shouldn't just be about the noise. We should, put together, match our words with action. So I want to thank all of you, for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Be rest assured we'll do just that. We also want to suggest that drafts be sent to the email of the research group, ebsrgroup@uniden.edu. It will be written on the chat platform of this Zoom meeting. So let's have the next comment from Engineer E.O. Ohimo. Engineer, please. Ohimo. Okay, Professor Atagana, you may have the floor now. Professor Atagana.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a few questions, actually. The first one is to ask, I know that it does exist, I used to know of it, but of late, I'm not too familiar with what is happening in terms of environmental standards. Do we have a comprehensive environmental standard for soil, water, and air in the country that is updated regularly? That's question one. Secondly, the bodies that are directly in charge for managing affairs in the Niger Delta and in the Ministry of Petroleum, or whatever it is called, are they in regular discourse with universities for coming up with strategies to address these issues of pollution and contamination all around the country? It's not only Niger Delta that is the issue. There are other areas where contamination is happening unabated, and my mind would just go readily to Oshodi, the multi-story dump that used to exist there. Is there any regulation? Is there any regulation guiding all these waste management issues, standards, and all that in the country? Because that will be the ready place to go with whatever we can put up here. How are we updating these things? Who is in charge? And whom do we run to if anything goes wrong? Because in many other countries, that's what happens. If you are going to have protests anywhere, or you are going to write a communique or a memorandum to anybody, you have a specific body that is in charge and that can take action. Is there anybody, any system in our country that can say, I'll take responsibility for this? Because it doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem to exist. Because if Oshodi could be there for forever, If the Niger Delta, in what it sees today, it's still going on. If the number of flaring going on in the Niger Delta that I saw as at the last time I visited the Niger Delta is still there, then it definitely means that there are no regulations or somebody is not in charge. Whom do we go to, even if we raise a communique? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Moedo, Professor Anolefo are the speakers for today. I'll need you to respond to that. Very briefly, please.
Thank you, Berkeley, Dr. Berkeley. The truth is that there are a plethora of laws guarding every aspect of our lives in this country. They are obeyed in the breach by everyone, including the oil multinationals. They exist, but they are obeyed in the breach. The reason is this: one, when we had the resources, it was filtered away. Remember the cement, armada, and everything. We never saved that money to do something. Right now, we are begging to eat. So if you go to the ministry to go and discuss with somebody, the person will ask you, what is in it for me? You as a scientist, can you guarantee what will come to you, what percentage will come to you from what you are going to do when you've not started the project? The answer is no. They read it, they hear it, some of them even live in those communities. But so long as their lives, their pockets is enriched, it doesn't really matter what's happening to other persons. That is the truth. As for laws, there are so many. There are various ministries that regulate our lives in every way. If you go to a local government, which is the nearest local government to you there, with the heap in front of the market, there's an agency of the local government that clears the heap. The question, why is the heap not cleared? Go look on paper, the heap is cleared. Though evidentially it's still there, but on paper it has been cleared. That is what is happening. So long as we continue to where we are, police of the, that is infrastructure of the stomach, how to feed ourselves and build big houses and buy big cars, we will continue to remain prostrate in every aspect of our lives as far as the environmental degradation is concerned.
Thank you very much, Professor Moedo. Nigeria is I don't want to say it's a basket case, but we are in need to survive. And we are talking about environmental sustainability. We must bequeath something to the children yet unborn. Let me take the first thing I mentioned here. That is, there is the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency. Regulation Enforcement Agency. There is the Federal Ministry of Environment, there is the DPR. Professor Moedo has said it all. And the NESRA knows that there are also laws, one of which is the National Forest Conservation Act and many other laws. I sent a paper to a newspaper in Port Harcourt. I wrote about the suit, the black suit in Port Harcourt, which had been raging on since 2017, 2016, in fact. By 2017, there was a demonstration. And the people were made to go back to their homes. The suit, thank God, Governor Wike is acting right now. But I'm afraid it could be a political thing. You never know. 2023 is around the corner. We have been singing with the credo of there must be town and gown synergy. The nexus must be built and built sincerely. Academics must be challenged by a government that is disciplined. Challenge the academics, and the academics will rise up to the occasion. And if we come up with something, make use of it. We know the answer. He called it stomach infrastructure. And I said in my own paper that the African cosmovision it's about the environment, because the environment is life. Environment is life. If we joke with the environment, our lives are in jeopardy. We see the environment as those things there. So, my brother, Dr. Beckley, everybody's at loss. Professor Tagana is worried over there, but back here, back home, we have all the laws. Implementation is the problem. And during implementation, the question is, what is the need for me?
Thank you, Prof.
That's my case.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Professor Tagana, your hand is up. You want to please make it brief because we are
yes,
very short for time.
Yes, can I just follow up very quickly? In the light of what I've heard in terms of the infrastructure that is on the ground, the policies and all that, it means that the system has developed a strategy for dealing with these things. The thing that is lacking is implementation. So I'm suggesting that our communique should be targeting implementation. Because if we start, we can write huge amounts of documents to send to government, but if we don't hone in on implementation, it means that the status quo will remain. So I will encourage us to address the issue of implementation, highlighting areas where it has failed and why the government should be, or the authorities in charge should look at such issues and make effort to make this happen. It doesn't have to be one random governor doing something or a random minister doing something. It has to be a nationwide approach to implementation on environmental matters, because that's what we are talking about at this stage. Thank you.
Dr. Beckley, may I just add one comment? Please.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I want to call our attention to somebody we have in this platform, Mazi Obinna Agomo. Many of us probably may not know him. But if we want to do something, because our people say that if you send the smoke a message, it will definitely get to heaven. The message you give to the smoke will get to heaven. I'm just saying, let us involve him in whatever we are doing. He will be our bridge to the town. And an elder doesn't say much, but I've made some points.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. I am very sure too that that should also be one of the reasons he accepted to be the keynote speaker for the conference. So, not speaking for him, but I'm very sure that he already has that in mind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just have just one or two more comments from the participants, please. Maybe one or two suggestions. Let me just read one from, I'll read one from Francis Umeo, sorry if I murdered the name, Umeo Guaju. My recommendation is that if natural resources must be tapped, then all the potential byproducts like natural gas must be safely detoxified or converted to other products, thereby justifying and optimizing the extraction of such natural resources. If such systems are not fully in place, then it's safer for such resources to remain in their safe and inert natural deposit sites. Well, that is your recommendation, Mr. Francis, but I can assure you that that may not really hold. because every country, every economy would need money to run things, to empower its citizenry, and there definitely must be the need for a resource exploration and exploitation. So let's hope that we begin to do the right thing.
Dr. Beckley, please.
Yeah, please go ahead briefly, please.
Yeah, maybe what the person said, I think it's not that it's out of the ordinary. In other places, in other climes, the natural gas is injected right back into the soil. There's gas reinjection plants in other places. If the oil companies cannot do that, then Nigeria should devote itself to building more gas plants so that where they can be converted to normal use or for industrial use. You know, you have the problem, the gas plant at Bonny. Yeah, they should build more of that, get other people from other countries to come and invest in that very one. So that instead of flaring it, you can pump it to those places where it cannot be converted to normal, both for industrial plant and for home use.
I guess that could also stand as one of our recommendations. So we count on you to help us make a draft in that regard, please.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, sir. So let's have maybe one more contribution. We are just 4 minutes to go. Just one more. Professor Barry Omogbai, your hands up. You have the floor now, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, thank you. You are saying that he who owns a piper detains the tune. So I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think it's important for us to, whatever communique we are drafting, especially on implementation, because we are not short of policies. We are not short of regulations in this country. We should draft such policies and notify the House Committee in the House of Rep, in the House of Senate, that they should, begin to discuss these things and then implement. Otherwise, it will not fly, it will not go anywhere, because the politicians are in charge. Until you reach out to them, nothing will work. The ministries are already cumbered, and many of them cannot do anything because of stomach infrastructure, like someone said earlier. So it's not important for us to reach out to those people in power. They are the ones dictating the tune. So we must reach out with our communicate to them that there are these laws, there are these regulations. They should now discuss them at the House and then, find possible ways to implement them urgently. Otherwise, we keep sinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Angela, your hands up, right?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Sorry. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to add my voice to the fact that regular meetings like this ought to be a norm, because just like what they say, that when for too long bad things are allowed to continue, it becomes a tradition. So we are all saying this, that no one is listening, no one is caring. That's because for too long we've allowed them to take the center stage. And just the way Mazi talked about the fact that the people elected in position don't seem to be looking at progressive what is needed for the growth of the community. So we need to now think about how to get them involved, which would be that when we want to have similar meetings like this, let's consciously try to bring them in to listen or participate. I believe in one thing: consistently. No matter how hard the rock is, if you consistently keep adding water to it, it's just a matter of time. The person's heart is going to melt, but the person will adjust to what you're trying to propose to the person. So I would like to say that as often as possible, let's try to bring those in government to be part and parcel of what we intend to do, so that they can actually make the environment conducive for any ideas or plans we have to actually fly and thrive. Thank you.
you. Unfortunately, we may not be able to continue again. We want to ensure that if we say we end at 3, we end at 3. I wish we could just continue, but I hope that perhaps in the nearest future, the closest one will have another round of conversations like this. But the rest assured that whatever draft we have will all be part of it. So for that reason, so that it doesn't look like it's just Beckley, Precious, Professor Anolefo, or a selected few writing out what would represent the general views, we want to please ask that we all send our suggestions to ebsrgroup@uniben.edu. I've written that on the chat platform. EBSR Group, EBSRGROUP@uniben.edu. So please send your suggestions on what you think we could write in the communique, and the approach you think would be best adopted to ensure that we, achieve the set goal for which the communique will be presented. So please send the contributions to that email. We'll appreciate if that is done. Today is Thursday. We'll appreciate if that is done between now and Saturday morning, so that we'll use the weekend to put all together, and then we'll send back to all your emails so that you look at it, adopt, or make necessary modifications. So that latest by Monday morning, we should have the final adopted communique. We'll share with all of you, and then we'll send to the suggested agencies and bodies. So thank you. It has really been a great moment with you all. But before we wrap up, I want to bring to stage Dr. Boniface Edegbai to give the final appreciation and closing remarks.
We want to thank the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin for her wonderful support towards the success of this exercise, which has gone on for the past 2 days. Thank her profusely also for providing the technical support. The ICT department has been wonderful. They have been in the background and they've done very well. And it is to their credit that we have this flow that we have had. We want to thank the International Association for Exchange of Students for technical experience, who have provided their office for us to set up for this conference. We also want to thank all those who presented papers at this conference. Without really going elaborately on, I just want to mention their names. Mazio Bina Agomov, we thank you very much, Professor Julian Osuji, Dr. H.P. Owame, Dr. Chukudi Iwazo, Dr. Ambrose Okem, Professor Gio Anolefo, Mr. Charles Oluwaseun Adetuji, Dr. Chidima Angela Tennyson, Dr. Oluwatosin Obata, Professor Harrison Atagana, and Dr. Rosedale Emwedo. We thank you all very much for the papers you presented, and we are sure that a lot of us have learned from this. We also thank all those who joined on Zoom and those who have been at the conference center for your contributions, for your questions. We thank you for the responses. And as mentioned earlier, we hope you still help to contribute to the communique that will be out latest by Monday. So thank you all, and it's been a wonderful experience, this maiden edition of the EBSR Group Conference. And I think we, as mentioned also by Mrs. Angela, I'm calling her maiden name, she said, suggested that this will be a continuous discourse, and I hope that in due course we'll have more of such experiences. So thank you all for your participation, and we hope that the environment will be better for it, where we continue to exchange ideas on how to sustain the environment for healthy living. Thank you very much. Certificates will be issued within 1 week. So let us make our information available via emails, and will be communicated via such emails. Thank you very much.